Alright, folks. Welcome back. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は34日目です。It is day 34. I have a few hiccups, a few mistakes to review here. Jerk reflexes. And, yeah. So yesterday, we got lots and lots of fun discussions. Actually, it was kind of a coincidence where had an interesting discussion in the middle of WaniKani, which is usually as expected. But then we had another interesting conversation at the end of HanziHero, and then I met someone. I met someone and talked about, I guess, multiculturalism in general, from someone who appears to be a mix of diaspora all around. Again at the end, so we didn't quite do everything that was planned. That's okay. Planned. So you really enjoy the little you watch. It was so cool. Okay, that seems like an automated response. Okay. Anyways, seems like automated messages are evolving. Okay. Sorry, I just read a message. Looks like a evader probably. It's in quotes. Let's see. There's quotes. Proper punctuation. Actually, and it did the classical, the formal writing where you put a conjunction, where you put a comma in front of a conjunction. Proper capitalizations of I, conditional statements, and perfect formatting on the colons, separation, and also capitalization of apps. So that is definitely a generated message. And also, no human idiosyncrasies to show for it. Yep, no human idiosyncrasies, nor did it depict any form of human touch to show that whatever the statement is said is actually true. So that is definitely a bot message. It's a little bit more elaborate bot message than your buy cheap viewers kind of thing. But anyways, now with that disruption, what was our WaniKani discussion yesterday? Oh, it was about the it was started with the interpretation of innate and learned obligations. I thought it was incredibly wonderful. I think I've thought of a few things to integrate into my wording and another working metaphor now. So anyways, now because of that, half of the words were finished an hour later. So this is why, like, it's 6:20 p.m., right? My local time. So in 40 minutes, the other half. So you can see the separation. I completed 54 yesterday, and then we had a wonderful discussion about the let's say the nebulous. The word I really like using is nebulous. The nebulous nature, the intersection and interaction between how one is able to juggle making something unapproachable or near unapproachable, right? Pushing someone to input active effort versus making it too unapproachable in which the person cannot enter the task anymore. So we talked about how that type of relation takes from each other. Making something approachable reduces the amount of effort, and then making something unapproachable can destroy consistency, right? It can remove consistency. So that is a fine-tuning thing that deals with process-oriented thinking as opposed to goal-oriented thinking. Goal-oriented thinking typically will mean like no matter how unapproachable it is, where there's a will, there's a way. That's how quickly you can get to a goal, right? You slam as hard as possible without the consideration of providing consistency to get to the goal. And you can still make it to the end. You can, like, some people go 200% rest, 200% rest, 200%, right? I'm much like WaniKani's design and HanziHero's design. I'm more of a consistent thing, although WaniKani has some peaks which you yourself can choose to regulate. That's actually one of my short stories that I've gathered from perusing WaniKani's forum again for today, which may come into play or not. If it's a focus day, then nothing, but it deals with sometimes tools give you flexibility. However, the user is not disciplined, right? And they don't need to be disciplined. However, when they choose to criticize and complain about something that they clearly have discipline to do, then the fault is on the user. I think it's 80-20 on the user. If you're given flexibility and you complain about being lost in that flexibility while the tool itself has offered a default schedule, and I feel it's more of a lack of self-awareness. Are you well after your marathon stream? Yeah, yesterday we got a little carried away, but I couldn't give up the opportunity. I think the thing that really broke my happy dollar bank was at the end. I met someone and I had a really wonderful discussion with Chi squared. It might be Chi squared, actually, a play on Chi squared, because the guy is a statistician, and he is married to a Chinese woman, and they are both currently residing in the United States, and that guy was Filipino American, so I couldn't pass up the opportunity to chat up all the different idiosyncrasies and cultural exchange. The guy, he is learning Mandarin to interact with his wife, and that I couldn't pass that opportunity. And his wife is in a PhD program for math or statistics, and they seem like a lovely couple. So had to toss the torch. And at the end of HanziHero, I wasn't expecting a digression too. Procall came back and asked something. Oh no, I don't remember the core topic. It kind of spun off what we were talking about during WaniKani yesterday. Elaborating on habit formation. Largely spiraling into like the differentiating factor of like motivation, sources of motivation. Yeah. PhD for statistics just sounds like it sounds like their focus is on has a cross interaction with bioinformatics or science related statistics, and just by this is by pure coincidence that the bulk of my later parts of my PhD dealt with bioinformatics, and they hit some keywords like high throughput sequencing data, parsing high throughput sequencing data, which is actually what I did, but this is over 7 years ago. So I can only imagine how many questions I could pick their brain about. Like, I would sit there and listen to his wife explain the current status of statistical models and like automation and deep learning integration on parsing high throughput sequencing data. That stuff can, in my opinion, I'm a little biased obviously, can change the world and change the world and face of biological perspectives on the genetics of anything, really. But largely I'm thinking of humans because I was more interested in how that data could parse patterns and associations when you have proper tools and whatnot that counts for like spuriousness and whatnot, because those tools weren't the tools that I had back then were more like half mechanical and half human interpretation. So you had like parameters and ratios and metrics, and like the stuff that I talk about when it comes to metrics like language learning, like SRS metrics and whatnot, they're rarely comprehensible in the manner that I would say are incredibly meaningful without the guide of human interpretation afterwards, right? Do you still manage to do what you had planned to do for my dual Chinese route? Are you wrapping that up today? No, I gotta wrap it up tomorrow. Today, I'm gonna try to do the same amount of volume I did yesterday. So I'm gonna try like +2, like 9 constructs, and then I'm gonna leave the 4 constructs. It's very exact. I wanted to leave the last 4 or 5 constructs because they're the esoteric. So Duolingo Chinese, at the end, there were 4 units that were incredibly esoteric, as in it's about business documents, business talk, internet slang, and like just internet terminology in general. So it was, the last 4 were very esoteric, and I was gonna leave those 4 for today and then wrap up, because then I can like really focus in. But I was short 8 from yesterday, and I looked again. I'm gonna do 9 today, leave those 4 for tomorrow, and then we're gonna wrap it up. And I think I finally decided what I'm gonna do with the Duolingo Chinese. It's gonna be like a background practice thing. So I'm no longer gonna stream the Duolingo Chinese course, but I am going to try to complete and legend everything and use it as a daily practice. So it's gonna go with my like anime and manga stuff, because exclusively I think I'm still going to say 90%. I want to keep the 80 to 90% of what I stream as learning content, not practicing content. I used to practice things like Osu. I used to practice playing rhythm games and stuff, and people really like that. They enjoy the grind, like watching someone like grind and go over and over. It's a very comforting feeling. However, the closest thing we're gonna get is probably WaniKani and HanziHero, because it's part of the design, right? And so is Duolingo. Duolingo has aspects of practicing. Since I had a 3-day schedule, 2 of the 3 days is often practice, right? The exposure is over, and WaniKani is looking like peak day, are on 4 to 5 day cycles. If I screw up, then it's on a 6-day cycle, sort of, and then it gets sprinkled, right? So there's some learning lessons as things become staggered, which is wonderful. So it makes it feel like there is some learning in every day. I think without something that is a learning component in my stream, I myself feel like I'm iterating on something that I don't want to give. I want others to practice on their own, right? Like what I mean by that is I want to demonstrate what I usually do. I have my A game when I'm learning, and when I'm practicing, I'm yapping, right? Every time when I'm days that I'm practicing, I'm yapping. I'm practicing my like story writing and speaking and so on. After that, you plan to restart Duolingo Japanese lessons in parallel? Yes, because we have to make room for the Duolingo Japanese lessons. And it's going to have to be on a staggered schedule because, after we finish the Duolingo Chinese thing, we're going to play Like a Dragon in that time slot. So this month, we're not actually probably going to have time for Duolingo. The after WaniKani and HanziHero, which are their 2025 focus projects, then it's Like a Dragon. So we're gonna play Like a Dragon in Chinese, the main story quests only. The main story quests run in Chinese. I want to hear the Chinese cast because I've been waiting over a year now to hear the Chinese cast, and then we're gonna hear the Japanese cast. So then I can do my playthrough thing to complete. The games I play are for completionists. So I want to 100% the Infinite Wealth finally, right? A year's wait. And then we're gonna play Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza, just in time. There's less than 3 weeks left before that game drops. It's on the 21st, so we're gonna play it in English. And all the while, I'm probably gonna be like, oh, they're probably gonna say something like this in Chinese. They're probably gonna say something like this in Japanese, because Like a Dragon series take place cross-culturally. So, man, you know, it would be... I have this... Hear me out. I'm not sure if you guys know or are familiar with a Like a Dragon series, but there are Japanese developers, like Tekken and stuff, where they use like this universal translator approach, where the cast, you suspend your disbelief that the cast speaks multiple languages, right? They speak the language of their heritage background, but they talk to each other as though they understand each other's language. I love that approach. And Sega already has, like, the Like a Dragon studio already has all the tracks. Like, so I would love to have a third option in the future, because they invested so much money. I think it's like, people don't ask for this, but I do. I absolutely love this, and I miss games doing this as well, where since you have all the audio tracks and they run parallel, you can make them into individual modules. And what happens is you can hit and you can decide like, alternatively, you can make them all speak their background languages. However, you can also, there are games where you decide which of the language, especially fighting games back then, where you decide whether they speak your native language or the language that's native to the character, right? And you just toggle. I would love to have Pirate Yakuza probably doesn't have this one. If it has this functionality, I will be floored. Absolutely floored. However, in the future series, I would totally love to hear. So, Pirate Yakuza won't have the multi. I'm not even sure actually, but in the Infinite Wealth series, the Casca series, the Ichiban series, their cast is multinational already. There are diaspora Japanese, diaspora Chinese, and Chinese Japanese natives in the cast. So along with there were Korean characters as well. So I mean, there are now, but back in the day there were also Korean characters and Chinese, like, lines and Korean lines. So it would have been pretty sweet if you can, like, hey, let's just have all the characters speak their background languages. That would be such a cool little, like, toggle or option. That's kind of my thought, right? And for then, once we finish Pirate Yakuza, which we're gonna say, I'm gonna play through. It's usually my first playthrough in English is main story quest focused, and this is one of the not JRPG ones, so I will probably play through the story and leave a lot of the game left, so I can play it through in Chinese and Japanese next year. It's probably next year. I feel like they're releasing a game every year, so we're gonna do that, and we're gonna have the same, probably very similar exact discussion we have now, with, you know, maybe not WaniKani, possibly WaniKani and HanziHero in the mix, again for the next game, because this is the plan. This is the plan that I set in motion last year. Actually, it was the plan I set in motion over two and a half years ago, because a little over then I decided I'm going to play every single Like a Dragon game from 0 to hop over to Judgment, and then to 7 to Gaiden, and then Gaiden led immediately to Infinite Wealth, and then the rest is history. I started my language learning journey after Infinite Wealth, and here we are today. So I've already set this 5-year, it's a 5-year thing. So I've planned lots of little milestone things all in advance already. So we got like less than 2 years left in the plan, right? Spoken like a PhD person, right? I suppose you gotta plan these out, right? What is your 5-year thesis down the road? So right now, after the Like a Dragon, Duolingo Spanish is going to be staggered with Japanese, Duolingo Japanese. In fact, there might be a chance that since we're starting up Dual Spanish, we will be doing WaniKani, HanziHero, Dual Spanish as the three priorities, as in they must be completed. They're heavily prioritized. And then every other day, the Duolingo Japanese course to test out the timing. There is a chance Spanish, Duolingo Spanish, and Japanese are going to be staggered every other day, because I have to fill out the volume. I think Duolingo Spanish is going to, the first 100 days or so is going to be fairly rapid, so we can probably do all 4 at the same time until then. And actually, Duolingo's dynamics is very different from WaniKani and HanziHero. I mean, I know some people are like, well, yeah, duh, they're different, but hear me out. I say this to remind myself because people don't treat them as different things. They treat them as comparable things. So when someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo is too slow, it's not as fast as WaniKani, that's what I mean. They're not. They're different. You don't do the same. You quite literally don't do the same thing. You might be thinking, oh, you're over exaggerating. It's like, no, it's the reason why I brought that up is WaniKani forum. I click on it and I see this person saying, yeah, I stopped using this. Should I stop it? I think the title of the thread was, should I stop Duo? Or something like that. And the first thing they talk about is 3 things that they like that Duo doesn't do. And the person explained it, Duo keeps them motivated, keep them consistent. You've heard this all before. It makes it very approachable. They like the social aspect. And then they said, I like WaniKani and all the other things for these things. And the first thing I hear is none of those things overlap. So what happens when you take Duo away? You don't gain anything. You lose something, but you don't gain anything, right? And sure enough, the WaniKani community is pretty level-headed. I quite enjoy this particular thread. The people said like, well, it looks like Duo does do something, but not quite the thing that aligns with your goal. So you may choose to do it in the side to get some motivation. And I'm like, thank you, stranger who has a level 60 attached to them and whatnot. So I'm glad there was a more realistic approach. Like, for example, if WaniKani might get you bogged down over a while, then you can use Duolingo to celebrate and practice the things you learn in WaniKani in a more relaxing, motivated social aspect. It's a mix, right? Yesterday we talked about how balancing the two. You got to go back to school. Boros, when do you go back to school? You're still on vacation into February. Interesting. University? So they will be Gecko, but there was another short story I was gonna bring up today, but it's kind of unrelated. It's very detach. And it's this person, it's the honeymoon thing. Yesterday I was drawing I'm not sure which session it was. I was drawing, someone was talking about motivation as a currency. And this person was in the honeymoon period, right? At the begin, actually, not even the honeymoon period, the beginner's gain period, right? And they wrote like, I don't care what they say, I want the beginning of WaniKani to be faster, right? And then they were talking with extreme language. I was a little bit disappointed, but it was kind of like an energy match. So the guy was like saying, oh, screw this, screw that, I'll use scripts, and I just want to be blown out and mind blown. And I'm like, okay, all right, that's cool. Like, that person definitely knows what they want. They want to get burned out and stuff, and, you know, beat the beginner, embrace the beginner gains, full stop. And then the other people try to match that energy. The people who are like in this phase match their energy, and they said something like, marathon is not, you know, language learning is kanji learning is a marathon, not a sprint. That is okay in my opinion, but that's a cliche terminating comment, right? I do say that too, but I don't say that unaccompanied. I personally would not encourage myself to say that unaccompanied by some constructive criticism. Saying that simply fuels what this person said. This person said, oh yeah, lots of people tell me that, but screw it, I want to hit the beginner's gain as hard as possible, right? And then there were a few people, I think condescension is probably the word, unintentional condescension, which is people use euphemisms. I think this is where it was a topic I didn't touch on yesterday, which is the difference between praise and encouragement. These are the positive versions, and their companion, foreshadowing, sometimes projection. I can't spell foreshadowing, sorry. Projection. Or, so praise, foreshadowing, and projection. So these two are passive. And then encouragement, or prediction. What would I call this in terms of the negative one? Condescension. So these things I've paired up before. I don't usually talk about the negative side of things because there's plenty of that. You can find plenty of examples. So I was a little bit disappointed in a way, but this is being very nitpicky. It's my own commentary, so pardon me. Thank you for... I'm glad they even talk, right? People talk to each other. That's fantastic. Well, it largely erred on the side of this. It leaned to the right. So what does projection, foreshadowing, and condescension look like? So this is like the active of their purpose. So foreshadowing would be something like, this person says, oh, just bring it on. And then another person would say, no, you'll be sorry later. Like, just take it easy, lean into it, you'll thank us later. Right? That's foreshadowing. And then condescension is something like, I'm level 60, and trust me, bro, it gets a lot harder. And I know you're gonna feel like it's gonna burn out later, but there's a reason to the design, right? Which then most of these are carrying statements. Like, these aspects are carrying statements. The idea is, when you look at it from the perspective of the person who posted the forum, you're either projecting something foreboding. So it's going to be like, oh, these people are projecting their feelings onto me. Like, oh, you're going to burn out, you're going to regret it, that kind of thing. And then the other version is, oh, these guys have been there, but why do they sound condescending to me? Why are they condescending down to me? Because they have more knowledge, right? And then on the positive side, which was there too in the forum, you have praise and encouragement. Praise is like, just keep it up. What'd you call it? Praise is like, you're doing so good, right? You're doing so good. And you'll know in the future, like, your great work. That's it, right? That's praise. I know it's not much because it's praise. And an encouragement is something I'm a little biased towards. Encouragement would be acknowledgement of what that guy did, right? And then talk about what that guy did. So this guy is level 3. Congratulations on getting to level 3. You probably have this particular type of volume. And may I tell you that WaniKani, on the pace that you have, this is the type of volume you would expect. That is encouraging someone by acknowledging what they already did. When you praise someone, you're telling them a good job without acknowledging anything that they have done or know or depict any information that you may have known by what they have done. Like, for example, if you're level 14 and you praise someone for getting to level 4, it's like, great job on getting to level 4. I hope you get to level 13 like me, right? Keep it up, that kind of thing, right? That's a praise. Encouragement would be, I'm level 13. I think I remember what level 4 is like. So this person should have learned these things and these things. I should tell them, like, hey, I hope you enjoyed the first 4 levels. I remember when I enjoyed the first 4 levels, it involved these words. How do you feel? What are the good words or the things that you liked and you learned during those 4 levels? And you're trying to relate and acknowledge that you understand what they actually have done. That is encouragement, right? So these are the 4 things that happen traditionally, and it's a little reductive, I understand, and it's on a continuum, right? It's not one or the other, it's anywhere in between. And that's something that I skipped over yesterday because the digressions were getting a little bit longer. Most of the time it's either praise, projection, or foreshadowing. The bottom 2, condescension and encouragement, comes from internalizing experience. So oftentimes when experience is thrown in, it can either come off as condescension or encouragement, going along the line, right? Things like, to be honest, here's one for foreshadowing and projection. To be honest, that's not a lot of volume. Just wait. Just wait until you get to where I am. So that's a combination of condescension and projection, which happens all the time, in my opinion, because being candid does not prevent you from foreshadowing, projecting, or condescending. You can be candid, you can be honest and condescending at the same time. I think there's a very weird compartmentalization that happens when it comes to apathy and indifference, and oftentimes that happens. For example, for me, 3 days ago, and it's someone that I don't dislike, like we just met and we talk very often, but most of these things come as unintentional in my opinion, and it's more like understanding human behavior. Like 3 days ago, I leveled up, right? I leveled up to level 4, and the first comment they said is like, oh yeah, really great job on getting to level 4. And remember, the first couple levels have high volume, so keep up the good work. I'm like, it's irrelevant. I understand you're projecting and you're using praise to talk about something that hasn't happened, but it doesn't encourage me based on what I have done. Like they didn't mention anything that I have done, which is what I've learned from level 1 through 4. And also they decide to project and say something of a euphemism, like a praise, like, well, it's irrelevant if the load increases or decreases, right? Because I won't be the same person when I'm getting there. So it's non-constructive to tell someone like, oh, it's going to be easier later. Oh, it's going to be harder later. That is something you're projecting, and oftentimes it can sound condescending, right? When someone finally reach a milestone and your first comment is, good job, wait till later. It gets way easier, or it gets way harder. It's like, well, you have officially, in my opinion, likely going to deflect the attention from the person's accomplishment to your own projection, right? And to me, personally, I don't react. Maybe I don't react as well as commonly as other people do. Typically, they would interpret this differently. Like this is the way I interpret. I'm not saying other people interpret this, or they may interpret some of this, but for me, my distinction is, if I tend to say this in order to avoid sounding apathetic, or maybe being misinterpreted as apathy. Often I brush off these things because they're not necessarily constructive or relevant to me. When you say something like, way to get through the hard part, right? That's a projection. You don't know if it's hard for me, right? You think it's the hard part, and you're praising the person by saying it was hard for you. Now, coincidentally, that other person could find it as a hard part, and then you gather up. So that is what can happen. It's one of those possibilities. Is this a bad or a good thing? Not really. It's a thought that I had when I was thinking about these things. Like, how do I praise someone? How do I encourage someone? And then how do I introduce something if they're interacting? I actually think when you think like, oh, positive and negative, one's good, one's bad, my thought is more like, what's an appropriate response? Right? So you read the person's comment and you're thinking, should I praise this person? Should I encourage this person? Should I foreshadow something to get them like hyped or step up to the challenge? Or should I even actually, honestly, condescending? Sometimes condescension is more like a fueling, and this could be a challenge, maybe a challenge. Condescension can be fueling righteous indignation. There are individuals, I would say less so, but if you meet someone who is incredibly righteous, right, as in, just throw all the challenge at me, this can be looked at as tough love, right? But someone's like, yeah, I got it, is that you can do better. Like, get on my level. You can do better. Fuel, right? So all four of those have appropriate receivers. My thought is oftentimes there's a dissonance. There's a dissonance because people are making selfish comments, right? Selfish comments. And that's okay. Sharing is caring, right? Sharing is caring. I like that all this is happening. In my opinion, it tells me a lot about the different people that are using this product. All of these things almost all of them exist, right, in consistency and apparent because they are useful. Like the person that's praising, who's relying on praising someone, is probably someone who's very associated with praising. Praise works for them, so they invest forward in praising. So it's cool to see the spectrum of different types of ways people are answering the question. And that's kind of what I like about reading forums, right? Especially in language learning one. There's so many different approaches. When it's when you know you're in an echo chamber, you know you're in an echo chamber. That's when you read a forum and a thread and you have like 36 comments that remotely sounds like each other. executing and exercising the same approach, right? A very similar approach, but disguised with different diction, right? And that, in my opinion, scares me a little bit, right? Like you can get like subreddit cultures or something where there are no variances. So you either get indoctrinated into the circle and expect. I want to be clear. I am entirely partial to varied thinking when it comes to intellectual skill building, as opposed to indoctrination, which is where everyone's always on the same page. Everything is always construed as facts when it comes to human expression and emotion. That type of thing, that's indoctrination, right? And there are places for that when times are tough and you have to like beat someone over the head, figuratively, with a very, very equally as powerful opinion, right? Like someone who's so stern and arrogant often requires a very strong and united front to counteract that. So I don't usually delve in those communities often where I walk in and I must conform. So that is my bias in life, and that is my preference. So personally, I want to make that disclaimer. So if it sounds like I'm a little biased, that's because I am, right? March 1st. Oh man, you have a whole month? That's kind of neat. Wow, that's pretty late. Software engineering, huh? Another software engineer. You get the hard part being a projection, but volume, on the other hand, is pretty factual. You have a little trouble seeing the issue with sharing knowledge, experience about factual elements. Volume is factual. Hard is not. You said it yourself. You get the hard part being a projection, but volume on the other hand is pretty factual. Yes, this person is saying a specific volume is hard. So you don't have an issue with it. Yeah. So volume is the fact. Hard is the projection. No, I didn't ever indicate that the volume itself is a projection. That's foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing a projected emotion. Referring to the person who congratulated and loved while commenting on the first level's volume. It's condescension. It can be seen as condescension. Like, for example, you're saying, okay, all right, so let's say this person knows that the volume went up, right? Why did they say it? And you're saying it's irrelevant? Okay, yes. Okay, hear me out here. So you're saying, so this person knows for a fact the volume goes up. Or the volume goes down, according to that person. Right? Even if it's a fact for this person, will it be a fact for me? So you said it's very predictable, right? For me. I can think of several counter arguments that it may not be a fact for me. So like, if we're gonna think about it this way, the fact is, for this person down the road, their volume decreased, and you're suggesting that knowledge and experience with factual elements, right? So the fact is that they had a decrease in volume after the first couple levels. Will it be true for me? So I will maybe I will concede. Let's concede and assume, yes, the volume is going to go down. Right? The volume is going to go down. We'll accept it as a fact. I obviously have many, many counter arguments to this fact for them. The fact that their volume went down after the first couple levels, right? Because the volume is voluntary for me. I see volume, there's a max volume, right? So you can assume a max volume, and then you can assume a minimum volume, which is 0, right? Max volume is whatever WaniKani allows based on my error rate and whatnot, and etc. So this person, let's concede that it is true. So I accept that the fact is later on my volume is going to decrease. So what is the motivation of saying that after congratulating me on level 4? So either it's irrelevant or it's used to motivate an emotion. Right? So if I'm saying it's irrelevant, it's largely because I don't know if the volumes can go up or down. I know for this person, the volume went up and down. I can't know how much volume I'm going to have because your volume, even though it's predictable and it's factual, I get to choose how much volume I do. Right? I don't know if later along the line, my Duolingo Spanish and stuff, wasn't easy to check how many lessons are in each WaniKani level, and that applies to all users. That's what you mean by factual element. Yes, I agree. Max. It's a max. You can check how many lessons each level has. It's a max. You do not know how much volume I'm going to accomplish. I could choose to do 10. I could choose to do 40. It's factual what the max is, what the available projected of max is. But this person does not know and will not know whether I choose to do that or not. So it's irrelevant. It's nice that they told me what is relevant to them, as in they think the first couple levels are great, are high in volume, and then they said they pretty much burned everything within, like, I forgot how long, but I get a lot of sense of what their journey was like. Those are the factual elements, like how many are in each level, how many lessons are each level, but the volume that I do is going to be the determinant. The facts are there is a max, or it's displayed, like how much you're willing to do. And you yourself, Gecko, have provided a counter argument before. You have chosen to do a certain amount of lessons because after a certain amount of lessons, you don't want to do anymore, right? So you moderate how many lessons you have. A volume is if you had the potential to make $1,000, like $10,000, and you made 2,000, and another person makes 5,000. These are different volumes of the factual max. So what I gathered from that, for me, it's irrelevant. However, I understand what they were trying to project, their emotions that they were projecting. They were trying to project like, oh yeah, you're getting over the hump. As in, the volume is going to descend for me in the future. So this is like the high volume situation. It's like, oh, that's cool because in the future, it'll be a little bit more smooth sailing, right? That is the projected emotion that I get from that comment. The fact that the volume goes up or down is irrelevant to me. However, I do like that that person was being projecting an emotion of being praiseworthy. They were praising me on things that they are projecting. They didn't encourage me on things that I have already done, besides saying I got to level 4, right? That's the limit of the comment. Now, the person could have elaborated, but instead, they chose, which makes sense, they chose to talk about how they burned things very, very quickly. And that makes sense because they're high volume people. So I totally get it. I agree with you that it's a factual element. The future and whether it's high or low volume is not set in stone. That's kind of like doing the thing where you have a scatter plot and you draw a correlation. This extrapolation is assuming but you feel that the workload to level up is pretty much fixed, then it just becomes a question of speed to level up based on the amount of lessons you do, but I still wouldn't call the workload per low aspect irrelevant to the WaniKani experience. That's fine. That is your opinion, right? And my opinion is it is irrelevant to me. Because I get to choose whatever the workload is personally. But you say it's fixed, so that we shouldn't have this conversation at all, and we are having this conversation. So to me, I disagree with you absolutely and most definitively. We wouldn't be having this discussion if the workload is fixed. So maybe I guess we'll find out in the future. I disagree. The workload is not fixed. It's like saying the whole level is accomplished in a day and everyone accomplished it in the same amount of time. So then no one has like a level curve anywhere. The volume is not dynamically changing from day to day. You want to take the summation under a curve, and then if they're equal, which is fixed, that makes it the same. And I'm not talking about the irrelevant nature of these facts. I'm talking about the emotion that they're trying to elicit based on the volume. It's irrelevant at the time because I don't know if it's going to be high or low. So on the one hand, you're talking about it's fixed, so it's the same or similar for everyone, right, per level. And then I'm talking about how it's irrelevant what this person is saying regarding if it's high or low, like relative to the previous level. So you struggle to see how is the workload to complete a level not fixed. You can do all your lessons in one day or spread them over 50 days, but that's still the same workload to complete a level? No. So you're talking about, okay, hear me out. So you're talking about, this is how you, in my opinion, we'll do it graphically, right? This is, you're talking about reaching a level up like this. Reaching a level like this, right? It's whatever you do. Actually, it's whatever you do is accumulated. So this is cumulative. So when you finish that workload, right? And when you finish that workload, you level up. So it's like an XP gauge. If you need to get 1,000 XP, then once you get 1,000 XP, everyone needs 1,000 XP to get 1,000. I get that. It is factual. It is factual that you need a specific amount of XP to level up, right? So you're going to say maybe XP is equal to the approximate amount of hours. But all the hours, the actual hours you talk about is active hours. You're not including the idea that someone has other hours. So a workload with respect, so when you take the derivative of this workload, which then you incorporate the aspect of time, right? Time, a person's workload curve could look like this, or it could look like this, or like it could look like this. I don't know. And each one of these times in delta t are different workloads. And when you take an average of these different workloads, you get different averages. Or actually I don't even know how this works. Maybe it's like down here somewhere and then right here. So for me, when I think about, oh, wait until it gets higher workload, I'm talking about comparing what my workload is now to my workload then. Everyone's going to have the same amount of total workload. Like if you compare the area, probably the area underneath the curve is equal. So that means that they have to have a certain amount of XP, but the amount of actual time is going to vary. At least that's what I'm thinking. So I think what you say is true. I also say that the workload is changing. Yeah, you're referring as the workload. And my workload, when that person is talking about it, they're talking about how it feels, in my opinion. Otherwise, well, yeah, the workload's gonna be different. It's gonna be high or low. So why are you telling me that? Does it go up? Like, I don't actually know. Does the workload always go up? Does it always go down? I mean, that's fine. You're gonna have to get it done anyways. Like, I don't, right? So you struggle to see how is the workload to complete a level not fixed? You can do, oh yeah, I agree, it is fixed. You can do all your lessons in one day or spend them over 50 days, but that's still the same workload to complete the level. Yes, exactly. Well, they set the volume. And when I think of levels, right, you're comparing levels over time. So the rate in which people do volumes per day will vary. So when someone says, oh yeah, it's going to have high volume later, my thought was it could be low volume or it could be high volume whenever people manage their volume. The max, the required workload is going to be similar, I suppose. I don't actually know how it works when you get things wrong. When you get things wrong, doesn't that increase the volume or something? I actually haven't considered. This is probably negligible because most people get things right, or they try to get things right. So it adds a negligible back step. Like, when things go backwards, it goes backwards. But then you're saying levels are only relevant to the new material, right? To the lessons. So when you're talking about workload, you're actually specifically referring to the lessons. The lesson workloads stay the same. Yeah, and I agree with that. It's fixed by design. However, the review workload might change largely due to the error rates of it. And this is a common thread comment about like when you burn items or you're struggling with specific items and it goes backwards, and then time dilates because you have to wait, right? And there's a script for that, maybe, where you like skip through and have the time lessons come up. So that whole like time-gated stuff impacts the perception of volume, which is the daily workload, to me, which is the daily workload. So you have days like today where I'm basically buying time. Oh yeah, now I have time. So now I have 94 reviews. So now my workload has changed. My daily workload has changed from 59 to 94. Because in my opinion, workload or volume, which is, I don't disagree with you when you view workload as the area. My workload and volume changes with my entire day. It's delta T, so it's the rate across time that I'm doing, as opposed to the volume in its magnitude. So I totally get, in a one-dimensional way, in a 1D way, the workload is that. The review workload can indeed explode because of a high error rate, but if you get that point, you probably need to try to bring some changes to your learning. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. That is I think that's beyond the scope of what I'm saying, but in that case, you should, yes, that would be an alternative. Does that change the fact that the workload explodes or can change? No. It's still a fact that the workload can change, right? How you adjust to that and whatnot, that's perfectly fine. I'm showing an example where that has little to do with, right? I'm showing an additional example where whether my error rate goes up or down, my workload changes, right? So we're not talking about a magnitude anymore, a magnitude of any given day, or a total of days. So say it takes you 10 days to complete a workload of 100. These are magnitudes. As in, I agree. Regardless of the number of days you use your workload, the magnitude of your workload is the same. Absolutely. I'm looking at a workload with time, per time, but not in the sense of taking this and do a rate, an average rate across that. People do not, in my opinion, I do not have a flat rate, right? And then you can trivialize it by using 1 point, so everyone does everything in 1 day, versus doing it in the maximum amount of days. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's just undefined, or absent total or something, where everyone has a specific, I don't really know what the upper limit, but usually the best way to demonstrate that there's a fixed workload is use a trivial variable. Sorry, that's not this word I've been acquiring. Trivial means to test for like lower limits, or at least I've been using it as a way to test for lower limits. So if you finish all in 1 day, and you always assume the maximum, like a fixed workload, then I totally agree. Yeah, I have no problems with that. That was my interpretation of it. Now, I'm talking about the emotion that is irrelevant. I don't see how I would be able to feel. I don't see how I would be able to interpret someone's intention by suggesting that the workload goes up or down. That's what I mean by irrelevant. It is relevant. It is relevant what that person is telling me about themselves. So this whole investigation into this idea is what prompts my digression today. Like, I find it very relevant what this person is telling me. This person likes to think of things in that terms. Much like you, I understand now how you interpret workload. And hopefully with this exchange, I also had the opportunity to explain how I usually think of things when it comes to workload. I think of them as a continuum because it's a process. not a goal. So when you're looking at a goal, the workload stays the same. When I think of a process, someone can have a really, really bad day and the workload kind of spikes a little. And then they could have a really, really good day and it could catch up. You know, it could have a bad day. They took a break, so it just stands still for a while. So time is eclipsing, even though they're standing still. And then the review will bounce back, so it could stand still a little bit and then continue. And then eventually you could have a situation where lots of people mention about burn items stacking, but then they're stuck on their thing that they're having all the way to the goal. So this, while it's not independent, this would be considering that it's not level dependent. So meanwhile, while all the levels have fixed workload, which I agree. So all the levels have fixed workload. As you're going on the process, you have multiple levels of workload in the form of reviews. At least that's how I'm understanding it, right? So these workloads will change the daily workload when thinking about the person's experience versus thinking of it as a per level workload. Yeah, so I totally get that though. So the nice thing about that type of thing, and that gives me a good idea of, I didn't think of it this way. So that person's comment kind of makes sense more to me now if I was thinking they're talking about literal levels, as in they're only talking about what level 4 is compared to level 5. I totally understand that now. Like, that makes sense. So if they're saying later level 5 has lower workload than level 4, right? Or like, what I mean is they said earlier levels. They said the early levels, let's just say level 1 through 10, the totality of the lessons are less than maybe the later ones, like say 11 through 15. I totally get it. Oh, actually, they might have done it in levels of 10. So because it's separated in levels of 10, right? So like this. Like, I get that. In essence, I still don't really understand why when you got the congrats and comment by that person 3 days ago, you answered that it was irrelevant. You still don't get it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe in time. In essence, I feel that they were just doubling down on the compliment, saying that you complete level 3 out of 6, and that according to them, that represented more than 5% of the items. That represents 5% of the items. Too bad they're not online. Would be great to hear their opinion on the matter. Yeah. And but that is projection. Right? So even if you don't so somehow you don't understand that that's a projection? And also potential foreshadowing? Like my entire comment is, it's irrelevant to me because of their projection. It's still relevant whether the fact is true or not. What are you saying is projecting? I don't know, it's 5%. Like what I mean is they're giving me information, right? And then it's projecting what's coming. Like it's like I have like, okay, so the workload is less. Like it's experience. It's telling me a fact that I know, that I don't know, right? It's giving me a heads up, right? Or are you saying that that person's actually telling me that I've completed 5% of the workload by saying future workload is less? It has... That's actually true. I could actually kind of see that. I can actually kind of see that now, where the person's like, congratulations, you've accomplished 5% of your workload, or 5% of the workload. That is not how I interpret it. So I guess we'll find out. That's a good point, actually. I haven't thought of it that way. Where if you say congrats on level 4, all their, and then they said that remember, I know it's not as simple as that, but no. I know it's not as simple as that. We're reducing this because that's how, in my opinion, that's the direction in order to understand your point, right? Say like it's still reductive regardless of what it is, right? Reductive. That's why we're having this conversation, because it's reductive, in my opinion. Like there's not enough information, right? But say this person is saying, oh, their comment is to tell me that I've completed a certain amount. We'll just arbitrarily call it 5%. Like the point that they were making is that, hey, congratulations on finishing that much. I don't think that's what that was saying. They told me that remember, like it's more like remember that the early levels have higher workload, or the later levels maybe have lower workload. And I wouldn't know that. Like I don't know that. But you're telling me if I look on levels, right? If I look on levels, the facts are you can see what the workload is. I agree. So you can go to a level and you can count up the workload. In fact, there's like this stuff, right? You can actually tally up the numbers if you want it, right? I didn't think that person was saying, congrats, you have completed this workload, like these things. Because those are fixed, right? These are fixed, as in how many unique items are in each are fixed. There's none of that. Which is not uncommon, which is common, right? Which is common for chat comments. So I certainly see multiple valid interpretations. However, that right now, the only reason I'm continuing to talk is, while there are multiple valid interpretations, I believe I grasp your interpretation. Yet you said you still don't understand why I answered that it was irrelevant. It is irrelevant to me because I don't know what's going to happen. It is relevant to me that they were trying to say something. So I have no feelings about what they said. It didn't add to anything because I don't believe workload is fixed. And if you can't believe that the workload is not fixed based on my definition, then I can still understand why you don't understand what I mean by it's irrelevant. The comment that was made. And I still think it was a nice comment. And then concerning that if it's reductive or not, that's fair, right? And that's also true. Like I'm not disagreeing with that. Like that's terminating. Most chat comments are reductive because it is common due to the medium. So acknowledging that the medium has reductive comments, I agree. Which may either support my comment that the chat comment's irrelevant, it might deflate that it is relevant. But this discussion is relevant to the nature of the chat comment, right? It's my interpretation, I suppose. Your interpretation, I understand. I think your interpretation is probably very straightforward. Totally agree. No comment. I have no further comments. If you're treating levels as levels, right? These numbers will never change. There will be 26 radicals in level 5. There will be 45 kanji and 134 vocabulary. And I'm not actually, maybe 833, 108. So that kind of confirms what you might be saying that I didn't consider. 839, 118. That's probably what they mean. Right? Because the actual number of radicals in kanji and vocabulary actually went down as you're going up these tiers, which obviously I didn't know, regardless if the facts are there or not. I didn't look at them. That's fair. I thank them for it, though. At least I think I did. So it would be interesting if the person thought about why I said irrelevant, like the way I thought about their comment. Right? This is a two-way streak here. It would be actually interesting if my reductive response was also interpreted by that person, but I doubt it. I could be proven otherwise, though. Right? Because I'm having this conversation. I'm not sure if that other person is. Good digression, though. And for the record, I personally, if I had an opinion here that is very strong, I think looking at workload based on an endpoint is pretty much the thing that I nearly constitutively say I do not focus on. I think when someone tells me that they believe that language learning is a journey, saying things like the workload is less because it's a time point, it's a very specific time point of completion, tells me that I feel I'm getting mixed messages from a person, or there might be some conditional differences that I'm not aware of, right? Saying that the workload for every level is the same is suggesting that at the completion, at that one specific time point, it is irrelevant the rest of the process of this person's journey, because the most important thing, or the thing that should be focused on, is the workload, as in the total workload per level. And to me, I think that puts a little asterisk on what an SRS is, because there's space, right? There's space in the repetition, and that space is part of the equation. It distributes workload. And that distribution of the workload is different for day-to-day activity. So suggesting that the workload is the same for everyone, in my opinion, is something that I would find a little bit disagreeable. However, with a perspective shift that everyone's doing the same workload, you can convince yourself that it's more doable, right? If someone is able to do it, then you're able to do it. If a lot of people are able to do the same fixed workload, then it can be very encouraging to the person. For me, there's a chance that someone never fails to interest you. Me too. I wouldn't be doing this otherwise, right? We could, someone, in my opinion, who's not interested in human communication would be someone that says, okay, we'll just agree to disagree. or let's embrace chat comments, right? Streamers do it too, for the record. Like, after you say something for a really long time, you terminate with cliches. So if I said, oh, I've answered this question a bunch of times, and the answer is no. You have your opinions, I have my opinions. And then the discussion just gets terminated, right? And that's perfectly fair and appropriate as well. I try not to terminate conversations. However, some people could accuse me of fluffing the length of my content. But the whole reason of the content is to participate in communication. You can say things like, well, it depends. Go on. Explain to me how it depends. It's like, well, it depends. It's too complicated to explain. You know what I mean. Trust me, bro. It gets harder later. Nah. Honestly, this is nothing until you get to JLPT1. It's like, oh, I see that you completed HSK3. Wait till you get to HSK4. That's how I feel about a lot of comments. However, I would love to meet people who did not intend to talk about it that way. And I would love to hear that person's opinion, actually. And you know the person's opinion. The reason why I'm talking to you is because you know who I'm talking about. And I'm often very, very curious what they mean. That was part of my thought process, because I was in the forums. WaniKani, and I was reading how that's what triggered all of this, by the way. I was reminded by these comments on someone. I don't know if I want to ever click on this out of courtesy. I mean, if you're using WaniKani, you can one is able to go to the forums and see it's very public. So there's often workload controversy. WaniKani, Duolingo, workload controversy. How do you get workload controversy if the workload is fixed, right? How do you get workload controversy if Duolingo literally tells you how many lessons and how many times you have to complete it? You know what I mean? But if you ever call something I say irrelevant without explaining why you feel that way, be sure that you'll be asking, yeah. And I will have a proper explainer for that. That being said, I don't know if I would have done that during the first couple of streams I joined, though, but now I wouldn't let you get away with it. Well, there is one. I can play one card. And you you totally have offered me this one card, and that's we don't have enough time. we shelved the discussion for next time. I actually said irrelevant, and then I think I said something like, I'm pretty sure I said something like that. That might be a topic for another time, because we were already running late on the level up that day. So it could have been one of those situations. Otherwise, I probably spent like 2 or 3 hours explaining or qualifying why I find it irrelevant. There was another time. Here's another word that triggered a conversation much later, and it was ignorant. Ignorant was another word, which I think Blair made a comment like, well, some people might be misinterpreting that, where like there are different emotional aspects of the word ignorant, right? And the card is perfectly valid, but then you will be coming back on time. Yes, understood. So ignorant was another comment. However, in this way, the context this time was this person was making an "at me" comment. So there's a little short story, not enough time to cover this, but someone made an "at me" comment, like, "Oh, hey, you're doing it wrong," and my comment was like, "Well, that's a little ignorant," and then the person exploded on me, right? And then the defense is, if I said the comment was ignorant, it would mean I'm matching the energy, right? The energy of that person. So naturally that person would be exploding. It's like, yeah, I'm talking about it right now, where the person exploded and then they left. Like, yes, I was matching the enemy. So the person's comment in the energy. So it was intentional. And it felt a little petty, right? The way I think it sounded. However, I was saying it's ignorant in the sense that how does this person know? Right? How does this person know so much about me when they came in and introduced themselves? Or not introduce themselves, but do make a comment at me like that, right? And again, we could use a terminating cliche like, well, most chat comments are reductive in nature, right? And then I would make an argument. So instead of writing, I think you made a mistake, versus you did it wrong. You did it wrong with a smiley face, by the way. It's a smiley face. Typically, smiley faces are whenever something is less desirable. A great mechanic is to use an emote that contrasts with it. So it's like, you did it wrong, smiley face. Or, oh, it was a thumbs up. It was a thumbs up. They use the thumbs up. You did it wrong, or it's like, it's this, not that. Thumbs up. And I'm like, instead of saying this, you said this, right? And my thought was, okay, so chat comments are reductive. So we're comparing two things as reductive to each other. And now, to me, this takes more nuance and effort. They actually said something like, this Japanese, insert this Japanese word, is actually not this Japanese word, with a thumbs up. I'm like, okay, thanks. It's kind of ignorant, but I thank you for the correction. Right. Oh yes, and it comes back to the happy dollars. By now, I feel like somewhat know what you are striving for in human interaction, but it's not easy, pragmatic to do 100%. It's not. I'm gonna be fair with you. This stuff, you should people should have friends. Like, what I mean is should. I know this is a strong word. I think should is a strong word, not people need. Like, we'll use need for a really, really strong situation, but I think people should have friends like this. Like, not like a stranger online with the asymmetrical distribution of if you have a friend where you're sitting here and you largely threw out and forgot all the stresses about studying, and you're just having this coffee talk, and I can throw a beer at you and then you can throw a beer at me and then we're fine. I'm kidding about the throwing thing. That sounds like a waste of beer, actually. But what I mean is, this is absolutely not scalable. And it will be so unrelatable if someone drops in and randomly talk about things. But that's kind of the nature of human interactions, right? I don't think at least I hope it didn't sound like I was upset at any point on this. I was more like very passionate. I think I might have sounded a little bit too passionate at one point, but you got to get involved with human interaction. What does it feel like? Let me do like a skit of how I feel 60 to 70% of internet actions are. All right? Let's say these two people agree. It's like, dude, this game is garbage. Yeah, right? It's absolutely garbage. Done. Right? Now, disagreement. It's like, man, this game is, this game is fire. It's like, nah, that game sucks. It's like, all right, agree to disagree. And then we have two people who already hate each other before they even met each other. It's like, man, this guy, I dislike people who play easy games. Like, what's the point of playing easy games? It's not even rewarding when you beat them. And then someone drops in and says, yeah, only FromSoft gamers are real gamers. But this guy wasn't playing from, like, this game, to be context, this guy isn't playing a FromSoft game. So the idea is this person used an example that is not relevant to the person who's making another example when they were making comments. So it's two people kind of like talking at each other. They're not talking with each other. So the person that made a comment didn't make a relevant comment or a semi-relevant comment, but the specific that they chose is unrelatable to the other person. I think that's kind of where we are right now in terms of human interaction. And that's fast. It's appropriate. Talking about chat comments being reductive, you have no idea how many times I rewrote comments because I'm over the character limit. It challenges to be less verbose, and I know, right? Listen. I'm being pedantic, but I can't tell you. I don't get a lot of video comments, okay? I don't get a lot of video comments. But if someone asks me a question, which is not necessarily bad, I know. It kind of trains you to be less verbose, right? A video comment. When someone asks me a question, the first time I learned how to reply in a video comment, I know this is very, very... I don't know if anyone will find this shocking, but before I recorded things and post them on YouTube, I didn't know how a video comment worked. As in, like, I don't know the parameters of a video comment. Like, what can you enter? What can you, like, can you put in other icons and, like, emotes? Like, I had no idea. So it was only after I got my first video comment. It wasn't a great one. Like, what I mean is, it wasn't a happy one. It wasn't a positive one. Someone just basically said, you're an idiot. But that's being really kind to the word that they were saying. But the video comment, right? Some video comments ask questions. And when I write, the first time I was writing, I hit a word limit, right? I hit a word limit. I say, dude, Don't you dare. And I don't even know what the character limit is. I think it's like 1,000. It might be 2,000. Oh, wait. Like there's a soft lock. I'm not going to say there's like a high limit, like where it rejects. There's a soft lock. The reason why I say there's a soft lock is when you try to enter that video comment, let's just say it's like 1,500 characters. I don't even know what the max is. It's 1,500. Let's just say it's 1,500 characters. And then when you go back to edit it, you have that thing where, now I posted it and I'm like, oh man, I could word that better. Oh no, there's a typo right there. So you go back to edit it, right? And it doesn't update. I know this is so meta. This is really meta. So if your video comment is too long, when you edit something, it doesn't edit. You have to like wait. So you have to open the box, wait for a couple. At least this is what happened to me. You have to like open the box, do your edit, wait for like 5 minutes, and then submit it again. So it got to the point where I need to do it differently. And like a boomer, I'm a boomer when it comes to the relative internet age. You know what I do? I open up Notepad++ and I write the comment. I write the essay. And then I copy and paste in, and then I double check that video comment that everything got copied and pasted properly. You want to hear a really edgy hot take? And I have this is an actual occurrence, and I have video proof of analyzing this actual post. Someone responded to me. Someone responded to one of my essays, right? With an essay of their own. Okay? And it sounded like a poet that likes Lovecraftian. They probably, I'm alluding to this already. I actually have an entire video I dedicated 4 to 5 hours to like addressing every single comment in the elegance of their voice, because I thought this person might have provided a prompt in the form of an essay and then converted it. But it sounds like someone who had at least creative writing in poetry, or maybe like at least Lovecraftian writing, right? And it had 4 or 5 plot points that kind of is coherent with all their other previous comments. And this is the hot take. That essay was obviously a ChatGPT prompt. And I still went and did a 4-hour segment on how I really enjoyed what ChatGPT did and tried to guess at that person's message in the ChatGPT. And you know what happens a little bit later during this 4-hour session? That literal person showed up in chat to tell me, dude, what's your deal? Like, why are you taking it so seriously? I was just screwing around ChatGPT. Man, this guy is still talking about this thing. It's like, well, I'm not talking about you now. I'm talking about ChatGPT. Because it was fascinating. And then I was talking about myself. So let's just say if you met Lovecraftian, right? Like if you met Lovecraft and Lovecraft tried to insult you, right? Insult you as with a pompous retort that is in the style of Lovecraft's writing, then you probably can imagine that the comment is still there, by the way. It hasn't been deleted or anything. I don't actually know which one it is. Hang on. The nice thing about YouTube, though, is that you can go back and all you have to do is scroll down. Actually, You just have to scroll down the comment section and then hit a 2 block of essays. And I'm like, yep, there it is. I even read it to this day. One day I will probably do like the greatest hits from video comments, but there hasn't been enough video comments. Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, and there's another guy. Oh man, this is going down a rabbit hole. Maybe one day I will do like the greatest hit video comments. I don't have a lot of them, so a story for another time. I love reading it. The ChatGPT prompt was really good. The ChatGPT prompt was quite good. It was very obvious that it was a ChatGPT prompt though. And nowadays I feel like that's what people do for essays. You really like Lovecraft's work? Oh man, if I would love to read a clip, but I have to like scroll for eternity. I'll have to find it next time. It is a great source. Great source of entertainment. The person, it was at the person's expense though. I don't think that person understood that I enjoyed what they did, yet they still didn't find it fun. Like what I mean is this person thought that the reason why I was doing this, right? It's a miscommunication. Obviously, I thought that person would have left. Like they couldn't have a care in the world about what I have to say. I love doing the bit. Like I like looking at comments and threads and talk about how people use different ways to communicate. And this is the future, right? The future is when someone is defensive and they are unable to explain or retort to another person who spends most of their time talking and typing, then you can go to ChatGPT and say, I did this already. There's a proof of concept with Fictitious and Co. Like type a complaint about the following topic in the voice of a first-year college student, and you hit that in ChatGPT, and you can probably get something fairly reasonable. Today, by the way, the first thing, this will be the last thing. I really I really promise that I need to finish my Chinese review. But today there was a Twitch comment. It's automated, by the way. And you might be thinking, oh, you would do some of this. Well, we're using statistics to deduce if it's a bot. There are lots of telltale signs. So it's a user handle, Shay Malore, right? Usually they have some weird names or like some funny names that might give it away, but this one may be agnostic. And the comment says, I really enjoyed the little I watched. Hyphen. It was so cool! Exclamation mark. Honestly, you are good, comma, and I really like what you're doing. Period. It's super cool, comma, and I'd love to have a great conversation with you. Period. If you're cool with that, comma, feel free to add me on Discord. Semicolon. Name. Now, we already talked about the reductive and stuff, and I know you do this. I know you type in proper punctuations. You have all your contractions typed out, and you also have the human conjunction and without the comma. So that kind of gives away that you're human. So this comment has every single formal written punctuation for print, even with the comma before and, for linking two independent clauses. So the chances of this being a real comment written by someone is near zero. Now, it's near 0. So what else is there that Twitch has? Twitch also flags and tells you if this person has been excessively banned by other people. So it's an invader, like an invasive person, like someone who's invading ban. So you put it all together, but when you read that to me, you read that comment, it's super reductive, but it's also very, very long. You see what I mean? Like, it said they really enjoy something, but they also say it was cool, and they also say you're good, and then they continue to say you're good, and it's super cool, like multiple times. And then the creme de la creme, where it asks, please follow me, or please add me. And hear me out. It's actually a lot more. I'm smiling about this, but actually it's quite dangerous. When you add someone on Discord, there's this phishing thing that people have been doing for quite some time. When you add someone, and then it gives you an avenue into accidentally clicking on a link or something, and they can gain access and backdoor your Discord server, and then they can delete your whole Discord server or just wreak havoc on your Discord server. So that type of thing, it's getting beep boop bigger, but you know. And okay, so what is, I want to make this a productive discussion, right? I think, why am I so concerned about, I prefer to be proven wrong or being checked for over analyzing or investing in looking at reductive comments online, because I might be joking about it right now with bot messages like that, but I can't tell you how much money, it's practically an industry now of how people get scammed by not really practicing reading between the lines, or trying to read between the lines, or have a form of skepticism that's healthy, right? There's a difference between potentially alienating someone but also talking through the discussion versus I'm just never going to trust anyone ever again because I got scammed. And when you got scammed and you never trust anyone and you never practice it, you'll get scammed. You're likely to get scammed again, unfortunately, because the pattern will change and you did not practice the skill at all, or you choose not to. It's avoidant behavior, right? If you avoid the problem, you're hoping the problem doesn't change in its nature, so you don't get caught off guard. Hello, fellow humans. Today is a good day to exist. Please remember to consume nutrients today. Thank you. Sorry, Gecko. Did I tell you that Valentine is also my personal bot? I'm kidding. Valentine is doing an excellent job at following the hitting the joke, capitalizing on the joke. I guess being passionate about something can sometimes come off as a little aggressive. I agree, and I admit that I admit when I can hear myself being aggressive, especially without the proper context of the people you haven't talked to, seen you talk much. Yeah. But I say that's on them to be making assumptions before knowing anything about you and how you think and talk. That's fair too. And at the same time, obviously, I could also be more creative in doing so. So I've been working on how I can be both passionate but topical. So like I try my best to match their energy. Sometimes obviously this comes with a lot of mistakes and miscommunication and whatnot, but I wouldn't be the person I am today without taking chances and practicing that type of thing, right? Practice makes better. You feel me? Practice makes better. You've been there a couple of times. You've been guilty of sometimes writing summaries at the top of your comments because I'm thinking nobody's ever going to be bothered to. Oh, yeah. Hear me. Oh my gosh. One last thing. I keep saying one last thing. This is gonna be a pattern with us, Gecko. When you said, because you keep thinking nobody's ever going to bother read the whole thing, that is so disappointingly sobering. Even when we're having this conversation now, that is also how I feel a lot of times. Like, what I mean is, I feel you and I are likely to still going to do it despite that reality, the sobering reality, that feeling that nowadays people don't give each other the time of day regardless. And I will do some, let me do my bit here. I will do this bit. So I like doing out of 10s, right? So let's say out of 10 interactions, your Gecko, sorry to make you into a statistic, feel violated for turning you into a statistic. You're the 1 out of 10. So you're the 1 out of 10 that it's undefined, as in the interaction is undefined. So when it goes to Q&A, right, and interaction, it's undefined, as in I have no idea where we're going to go, but it's going to be fun, right? Because you contribute to something and I contribute to something, right? Regardless of how asymmetrical it is. So if we had like a video comment battle, it can go anywhere. It's going to fly off the handle, right? That's cool. 1 out of 10. Now when you're talking about the other things, right? How it's funny, how is this relevant to what you just said about no one's gonna read your comment anyways? So now I'm gonna reduce this to everything else. The other 9 out of 10, when I initiate with this person, they do have a defined end. And here's the punchline. The defined end is, dude, I was just joking. Why are you so serious? This is a paraphrase. There's like various versions of this, but I would say most of them end up having a defined end. So what does this tell me? What do you think? I'm not entirely sure. What do you think this tells me? Or what do you think this tells you if you heard this? My thought was, well, I certainly learned a lot about this person, but I definitely don't think this person learned anything about me. And why is that important to nobody's going to read my comment anyways? Well, these are linked, right? If most people don't take things seriously and they don't ever think about the things in the end when it gets serious, well, what's the point of reading comments? And that sucks. I still write them, obviously. How I feel does not dictate what I do a lot of times when it comes to these things. It's a very big asterisk. I still continue to present as long of a comment as I'm permitting. I think Churn had like a comment about essays, right? Essays having word count, because he was sharing with me some of his Chinese essays, and I was trying to learn. And my thought was, here's to you, Gecko. Here's to you and your example, in my opinion. Oftentimes, at some point in my life, and it's not bad or good, right? It's not bad or good. At some point in my life, I stopped concerning myself with what is the minimum word count to explain something and concern myself with what is the max word count. And to me, this is when I was young and I had very little to say, did not take things passionately. I took them mechanically and pragmatically. And at some point, I became this. And then in graduate school, I had to learn how to had to be more concise. Because I went through a phase where I became a real boy. I was a robot when I was a young kid, inexperienced robot, mechanical, pragmatic. What's the fastest way to do something? If I get an A for 300 words, what's the point of doing 500 words and still get an A, right? And then at some point, I became a real boy, and then integrated with being concise. I realized that if someone asked me for a 500-word essay, minimum, and they put a cap at 1,500 words, I will use that extra 1,000 words to show that I care and practice a skill that would be too limited with 500 words. And if this person finds that it's too verbose, well, they gave me a cap of 1,500 words. So it's a difference between what is verbosity. Verbosity is if you're lengthening something, right, artificially by repeating or being wordy. However, you could also use that extra length to be concise with more things. So oftentimes nowadays, I ask the person, how long do you want to stay listening to me? Let's test that. So at some point when I present ideas, I do this format. A, right? A, 10 minutes. It's not exact, but A, 10 minutes. Then I go to point B, 10 minutes. Right? 10 minutes. Go back to A to review, 5 minutes. Then I go to point C, 10 minutes. Then I go back. So wherever you stop, right? Wherever you stop, you're fine. Just leave, come in. You might be able to capture the 1 point or something like that. Anyways. Yes. But I had to say, okay, hold on. Let me see. I might try to find and check out the video. It is a comment. It's a pretty, I would be surprised if you can find the video. It's really early on. I'll try to find the video you discuss. All right. Yeah. Okay. And Mattia, hello again. And obviously we've done our little yap session before Gecko hits the bed. I think this is probably the most ideal situation. We talk in the beginning and then we do the exercise. I should get on a little bit earlier. Yeah, another topic we can pick up, like, to me, it's always a balance act based on context. In my job, for example, being able to communicate succinctly but still effectively enough is highly valued. Indeed. Yeah. And there are a lot of like structural ways to make it modular, right? Well, I know you have actual language learning plans for tonight, so I'm heading to bed anyway. I mean, to your charging station? Yeah, to your charging station. I need to fix your back end, you know? That sounds a little lewd. I need to fix the coding on your back end so that you're like a little bit more agreeable. Yeah, it's been fun as always. Thanks for hanging out. Mattia, what are you up to? Do you stay up late all the time, Mattia? I'm starting to wonder if this is your usual schedule. It's another late day for you. Hopefully you're not having any class scheduling conflicts. I'm not sure if classes going on right now for you? Okay, so let's go through our mistakes today before we start our review. I'm gonna be transparent here. I was gonna drag my session to 7 p.m. to 7 p.m. so that the review would trigger for the workload today. So then that led into a 2-hour discussion, which was fantastic. So now here we are. You woke up this morning only to find I was still alive. Oh yeah. Yesterday was a long time. We talked a lot. It was a lot of fun. I hope I get to see that guy or talk to that person again at the end of the day yesterday. I have a lot to talk about, or at least try to talk about it. So how are you? You woke up early in the morning, or you woke up this morning. Are you getting enough sleep? You stay up quite late. Let's see. What did I do here? It was a quick typo, right? Oh, it's not left. Hidari. So seki. Why am I writing seki like that? Seki. I did a spoon instead of an umbrella. They wanted nama for this, so it was a namaste. Namaste, nama. Namaste was the mnemonic. And this one was Jean and Jeans and Saber. So Jeans, it's a special exception. You usually sleep for around 1 hour in the afternoon and stay up until 3 to 4 a.m. Oh, so you take a you're a siesta person, huh? I like the word siesta, but you're a afternoon napper. I want to say that's very Italian, but not, that'd be. I don't actually know. It's fun because you can participate in discussion like these during nighttime. Yeah. Me and Gecko talked about something. Oh, we can remove oh, this might be a little tough. We can remove the veil. Gecko and I were actually talking about a comment you made. It was related to a comment in the forums, or like things that I was talking about. It was triggered off of a comment in the forums. So it was about the comment you made about what was your intent? What were you referring to when you said that remember that the volume for the first or the early levels are higher? When you say like, yeah, the level up, I think level up was like 3 days ago. So actually 2 days ago, right? 3 days ago, including today. So what was your intent when you were saying the workload, or like it's heavier in the beginning? Like what do you mean by that? What were you suggesting? Like emotionally and or like literally, what were you literally referring to? Gecko has a very interesting thing that I did not think about, and now that I'm reflecting upon it, I think it's more reasonable than the way I interpret it. And remember my response was that it was irrelevant to me personally, like whether the workload was higher or lower. Now, I didn't get a chance during that day to explain what I meant by irrelevant, so me and Gecko talked about it. And I think we've settled on the idea that we understand both of our viewpoints. However, I think Gecko is probably right on the mark. So now you get to choose, or I guess I didn't tell you our interpretations, but you get to determine once and for all if any part, whose part, like whatever part was on the mark. But the thing is, I made a reductive comment, right? I made a reductive comment in the interest of time, and then you made a comment, which text is very, you can't explain everything in text because it takes a very long time. So we had a really long discussion, but it was really related to discussing different viewpoints on things, like how to determine what workload is in WaniKani. And I didn't think of workload in the same way. So I'll let you decide how to explain that. I think Gecko has a more grounded, likely interpretation upon reflection. Yeah. So I'm going to start my review. Do that. So I have to keep moving. Okay. Yes. I don't want to mess that up again. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Oh. I'm like, what is... I'm thinking of all the points that me and Gecko talked about today, so I can like be able to respond to whatever you may end up saying. Basically, I think you think the first 10 levels are harder than the rest simply because they are the first ones, and for European and Americans, which aren't used to speak and write in kanji, find it really easy to burn. So it's a mix. Okay. Fair enough. It's a mix. Okay, it's a mix between me and Gecko. That kind of makes sense. That checks out. Thank you for clarifying. You can like explain more if you want. I have a few questions. Here's my follow-up question. How do you determine... Oh, wait. Simply because they are the first ones and for the European... okay. Did you know... did you know that the later levels have fewer lessons than the earlier levels? Did that factor into your interpretation at all? That was one of our statements. Frankly, you forgot you have Chinese origins, hence I didn't really think about the fact that you find it easier since kanjis are basically of Chinese origin. Honestly, that didn't cross my mind, but that didn't cross my mind. However, in full transparency, I was illiterate in Chinese, so the thing that makes WaniKani easier, like quote unquote easier, is because I already spent a year learning Japanese and 2/3 of a year learning Chinese. So that's probably would factor in. That's also why there might be a misinterpretation on irrelevant. I meant to say, to summarize what me and Gecko was talking about. When I meant irrelevant, I meant I mentioned that the workload is not as bad because we're strangers, and it's hard to communicate all the things that already happened. So when I said it was irrelevant, it's largely because whether it's hard or easy is no longer like it's negligible to me, because the first 10 levels are probably going to be largely review for me. I have to catch up to wherever it is at the moment. So I'm using this time to practice like things that I didn't pay attention to, like separating onyomi from kunyomi, and not writing for the first time. So I've written all of these characters already before as well. So that was kind of what I meant by it was irrelevant. But I really appreciate your comment on the congratulations, right? Like, it's congratulations, and we still got a long way to go. Mada mada desu, right? It takes a while to get to that point. And I'm enjoying how WaniKani is presenting this information, because it's not Duolingo. Obviously, Duolingo presents information differently, and then I do a lot less writing. So that was kind of funny. So it's been like, wow, between me and Gecko, I think we missed the mark. The two of us completely missed the mark. But I didn't want to make it sound like my thought was because other people were making comments on WaniKani, right? Like, someone was complaining about something on WaniKani, and I started thinking, huh, I wonder what I sounded like and what you sounded like. Like, I explained what you could possibly have sounded like to me on your comments, and then Gecko suggested what I sounded like how I was interpreting it by saying irrelevant, and then followed up with, which I didn't talk about the later part, where I said, well, this workload is fine. Like, the workload is fine largely because it's not a workload yet. Like, the amount of hardness hasn't come into play because this is still practice. Even the lessons are review for the time being. And that's probably what I meant by, we just met, right? And it's difficult to cover what I have posted before. I posted like 600 videos before this, before we started doing WaniKani. So I didn't get a chance to explain myself. You didn't even think about the irrelevance until now that you mention it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. But hear me out. Hear me out. I won't worry about it. But we talk about these things, right? We talk about these things. And Gecko and I, that's what we were talking about, by the way, for the first like hour and a half. We were dissecting it. Gecko thought maybe it was Gecko suggested a different perspective, where it was hard, right? The early levels were hard because the workload is higher. As in, I don't know if this is true because I didn't go and look at the number, but there are more radicals, where there are more things. Like, he was suggesting maybe you might meant the early levels are harder because there's more workload, as in the levels have more radicals, kanji, and vocabulary in the first 10 levels, or the early levels. And I thought you meant that it gets easier later, as in over time the workload appears easier because the early workload appears harder in terms of like volume or something that makes it harder. And he and I got into an argument about, well, the workload doesn't change, it's fixed, right? Like, you have to learn, the lessons are the same, like, for everyone has the same workload. You have to learn the same things to get to each level. I'm like, yes, that's true, but their workload from day to day is a little different, right? So it's difficult to know if it's going to be easy later for me or not. And that's what I meant by irrelevant, because it's tough to factor in all the things yet. And then we basically talked about it, and that's when you right near the tail end we were talking about comments and how comments you can't explain everything, and even if I was a streamer I can't explain everything at the same time too, and that's why we spend time explaining things to each other. I'm also saying all this because I know there's a chance that Gecko would just watch this. Oh, and absolutely don't you are always free to follow up questions, right? I think I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. Happy dollars forever. All right. There is some part of me that wants to be like really comical and just go to Gecko and say, "I told you so," that both of us were not correct. The workload will increase in the later levels because of the massive number of reviews, but it's gonna become easier for me at least because with time you adapt to SRS in the way WaniKani. You gave okay, Natia, you gave a consensus to Gecko's point of view and you gave a consensus to my point of view. I actually agree with all of the above and then some. So when Gecko was referring to the workload, he was referring to the lessons. The lessons will always stay the same. They're fixed, right? Once you accomplish the lessons, and then I legitimately used your exact reasoning. The reviews may change dynamically because they stack on each other and it's across all the levels. So lessons are fixed. So that workload will be fixed no matter what because it's predictable. That's the factual element of it, and I agree with him. But the reviews are dynamic because it's the SRS system. SRS incorporates a space and time. So there are days you do a lot, do less, and then there's stacking on top and whatnot. So it's highly unpredictable how it would feel. And then you did one better, which me and Gecko did not even get to or think about at the time, which is the adaptive nature. When a person routinely becomes adapted to a system and gain efficiency that way. That's a very excellent point, by the way. Wants you to act. Wait, what do you mean by wants you to act? Ne? Explain. What do you mean? Wakarimasen. No, that's not it. Shirimasen. You're always hitting the word limit. Yeah. And you, for the record, Natia, that is the last comment we were talking about when we're hitting word limits in different formats. Me and Gecko were sharing all the different times when word limit comes into play. Yeah, understandable. Okay. If this isn't already apparent, I want to reiterate. I think people who are typing their comments have far more of an effort than me speaking through a mic. I know how that sounds. It might not be the same for other people where they're not used to speaking, right? Or being in a public place or like to public speak. However, for me, I personally feel that those who are trying to explain something and you're making the conscious effort to type something substantial like Gecko does, it requires a level of effort that, in my opinion, makes someone think speaking through a mic or speaking and talking to someone probably very approachable, because I think it requires a lot of dexterity and need to want to type and explain things in text, right? It's like trying to express something without the use of your face and your voice and so on, right? I appreciate that hasn't been clear. I wouldn't have very long stream sessions and marathon sessions like yesterday if it wasn't for the generosity of other people willing to entertain me. I'm getting happy dollars, obviously. I'm getting happy dollars from this. You're paying me. I might give you happy dollars, but you're giving me happy dollars back. You would love to discuss your point of view with my voice because I usually forget to write everything, but you're forced to type out. Exactly. So what I mean by that is I'm sure Gecko works in a profession that probably deals with that too. So it would be I would not be surprised if the people who already type and explain things in texting are probably people who speak as well, right? And that's kind of nice to think about. That one day when you like finish all your stuff, you'll be explaining things in that type of format too, right? It's a bit heartwarming. No feelings were hurt in this process. I think. Sometimes I like to kick Gecko around. See if Gecko feels anything. I secretly think he's more of a robot than me. Today's argument would suggest that he's more of a robot than I am. Like, yeah, this is a fact. So that's all that matters. I'm like, but people are weird. They do things across time that is different. Like some days you just want to laze around. Like then you get zero workload done. Or at least that's my opinion. I was probably the one more passionate today than the other way around. Sometimes I'm the less passionate person because the person that's talking to me is really passionate. So then I match their energy, but I match their energy in a contrasting way. Like someone's like, "Oh yeah, this thing is such garbage," and I'm like, "Oh well, those are very bold statements." May I ask, how did you determine that this is garbage? Do you have any particular metrics that you pay attention to? And that person, if they match my energy, they would say, "Oh, huh," and then they start like explaining themselves. I'm like, "Well, I really appreciate that." So now that I understand that is garbage, may I ask what other type of garbage have you witnessed? Kind of like de-escalating. I think I was the opposite today. Gecko was the normalizer. Let's see. I've been staring at this for a very long time now. Oh. Okay. Keep going. How were you? How was your day today, Mattia? Tell me something that sticks out about the day. Not that it sticks out in a bad or a good way, but something that you remember about your day. And tell me about something that I don't know when you were doing that thing. No. Is it? Yes. Yes. Whoops. Okay, hear you out. You slept as usual, okay, for around 45 minutes, and then you woke up in the afternoon, right? This is your afternoon nap. I remembered about the soccer match in which your favorite team was playing. They tied my usual luck. Oh, you like football. Did I know this already? No, it was my discussion with the other person yesterday. Football, huh? Wait, maybe I did know this. You might have mentioned football before already. That so checks out. Oh yeah, I remember making a comment about that is a very it checks out to be interested in football. It's a statistical likelihood. So your favorite team, huh? I don't know a lot about football or soccer, right? Sorry. I just realized you wrote soccer. um yeah. Yeah, I don't know too much. I know that at least in that general region, lots of people are interested in soccer. Do you play soccer at all? Italy is the second country with most football watched. Oh, I did not know that. That is very interesting. Only after England? England is number one? Really? I thought maybe like Brazil or something is one of them. Is Brazil number three? Or maybe Germany is number three? England, really? England and Italy for most watched? Oh, is it like most household per capita, or is it like most hours? Germany and France. Oh man, I really thought Brazil would. I suppose there are a lot of places in which maybe it's a per capita measurement. I thought maybe like a South American country might also land in the top 5. I don't know where. I guess the United States is like 40th or something, right? It's because Europe has all of the newest talents. Yeah, very sensational. They all play in Europe. Yeah, yeah, and there's a lot of hype too, a lot of topical hype as well. I I think I haven't ever traveled to Europe yet. However, I think one thing that I would probably do is also attend a soccer match or a football match, right? Um, because it sounds like a wild experience. Obviously, playing it safe and stuff, but it sounds like maybe an off-season game, a slightly off-season game, but it sounds like a wild experience. I would say I used to not have an appreciation when I was younger, appreciation for like going to a game, like looking at sporting events. However, nowadays when I went to college, there's this like very quaint baseball place next to my graduate school. Graduate school. And after going there every once in a while, because whenever people visit, like students and stuff visit, prospective students, we would take them to the place, the stadium, and it's still really wonderful time. Bonding and exchanging and talking and cheering along the way. Sports events are really, really wonderful social activities. Something that I didn't do until I was. This just shows you how much of a robot I was when I was younger. I didn't do it until I was already 25, 26 years of age. So I haven't ever attended, or in that nature. I haven't ever attended in that nature. I think the closest thing would be like some kids, like you wanted to see your school's game had an event and you had to go or something. Yeah, it's definitely American football for sure, and then basketball. Yeah, those are probably the two top. And then other spectating stuff, maybe ball golf. I say ball golf because in the United States, one of the bigger trending sports is disc golf. The one where you golf but you use a disc like a frisbee, a smaller frisbee, and then cricket. Yeah, in India. Oh, yesterday I was talking to that guy, the Filipino American. He was trying to guess the sport. Like we were playing ask questions kind of thing, and I want to do that in the future. I forgot that we should do this every once in a while. He was trying to guess which American sport. So it's very heavily Americanized that I played when I was a kid. And during his guess, one of his guesses was really good, and I totally forgot about this sport in the United States, and it's lacrosse. Lacrosse. Contrary to what the name is, it sounds kind of fancy, but lacrosse is a sport that I was thinking, what's an American sport? And that when he said lacrosse, I was like, that is so true. When you think of cricket, like the reason why this is kind of relevant is when you think of cricket, it's like, oh yeah, India, it's ingrained into your brain. But when I think lacrosse, I'm thinking you have to have gone to a university. Lacrosse is a very, very like posh sport that is American of origin. And oftentimes if you go to a university, if you're a university student of any sort and you go to like various top universities, they tend to have lacrosse. And it's spelled as though it would look like a French word, but yeah, lacrosse. I think there are two S's. I don't quote me on that because it's heckin' English with some French inspiration, but lacrosse. This sport, I was thinking, wow, it's been so long. This guy that I was talking to, his wife both of them work like that. They work probably back and forth with university. Lacrosse? Wait, hold up. Let me make sure I spell lacrosse. Lacrosse? Yeah, I spelled it correctly. So lacrosse is this. It's one word, lacrosse. So it's E, the fancy E, which is silent, and then the which I guess the cross. But it's called lacrosse. Do you have field hockey? It's kind of like if hockey was not hitting the thing, but it's carried on the net. So they have rackets that you pass the ball. So instead of using your hands to pass a ball, it's really weird. And it's a contact sport too. Lacrosse is somewhat of a contact sport. So it's like kind of taking American football and adding yeah. I was like, oh man, like what? It's so, and you know what's funny about it is because right when I type in lacrosse, my university, you've only heard of it in the news. Yeah, like the moment I type lacrosse, immediately one of the teams that are shown on the YouTube reel is my university's team. Yeah, lacrosse is a weird thing in the United States. The sport, by the way, that I played, he got it on. He pretty much had a limited number of choices. It was bowling. I bowled when I was younger. Bowling is another American centric sport. It is located in other places, but most of the time it's heavily American centric. Yeah. The lesser sports. Actually, tell me of a sport in Italy that a foreigner would not likely hear. Bowling is gas? Wait, what does that mean? Bowling is gas? Wait. What do you mean? Also, tell me, is there an Italian centric, like a regional or local sport that a foreigner would not be would be interested in looking at? You misspelled the question mark with the exclamation mark. Yeah. Bowling is gas. What does gas mean? Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Elaborate for me. Elaborate for me, please. Is this still direction? I have so many so many different topics to talk about. It means bowling is amazing. Oh, that gas. Oh, like fire. Oh, I didn't realize gas, it evolved into gas now. I'm still in the trend of fire. And then fire before that was based. And then based before that was lit. I didn't realize gas is replacing fire. Okay, that's what I thought that's what you meant, but I couldn't be sure because I haven't used gas yet. I typically only hear fire so far. I'm a little behind on the internet slang. I'll keep that in mind. You like bowling? Wait, have you bowled before? I actually have no idea what the presence of bowling is outside of United States and the Americanized countries. Heck you, Fetish's. I wear my boomer. There's no way you have used gas before. Have you, Fetish's? I can bet gas. Where you live, it's very famous. Wow. Huh. I did see, I haven't checked up on the bowling scene in a while. I did see that yesterday when I was looking at bowling, Belmonte was like the top bowler for a while during the times when I was bowling. He's an Australian. And then I was like, I think he's still the top. And I looked up and it looks like there's a lot of Indians actually. Indians are on the top of the bowling international ratings. So bowling is like very different now. The bowling scene is very different. It's often, back in the day, it was often taking place in like a British slash like a British colonial slash like an Americanized areas like Australia, for example. But I haven't really seen or followed bowling since. It's been a very long time. Like it's been over a decade since I follow bowling. You usually play it 3 times a week. That is such a coincidence. I can't, like, Matthew, I can't even tell you how uncommon to hear that. Whenever I bring up bowling, I rarely ever hear people like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of fun, let alone bowl regularly. Pros clean the ball and somehow make it, yeah, hook. Yeah, the bowling hook. Yeah. We still got all the terminologies. I'm sure all the terminologies still stay. Like, I'm a tweener. I'm not sure if tweener means anything, but, you know, you have your bowling lane, right? And then you have your markers, right? These are your markers. So a tweener is usually, if you're a right hand, so this is a right hand approach. A tweener is usually around, they rarely go out and back in. So oftentimes they go slightly out to delay the ball's curve and then into the pocket. So that's a tweener. And then a cranker at the other at the other end is someone who starts at the left side of the median, and they would hook out here. And usually the stronger this arc is, the more the pin carry it would have. So like it would scatter and it would pick up stray pins, because oftentimes like a 7 and a 10 pin, you want to have hard. So tweeners tend to, or like, I mean, you still leave these, but what happens is like I don't over rotate most of the time. It's a little bit more reproducible, but crankers are over rotators. Yeah. And these are perfectly legitimate styles. Obviously, consistency makes practice makes them consistent. You don't know what physics law is used to make it rotate like that, and it still hits all 10 pins. I tried it, zero pins hit. Ah, so you do you play with friends or family? What gets you in the bowling alley? I haven't stepped into a bowling alley for a while. There is a lot of things about like thumb position, right? Thumb finger position on a bowling ball upon release, and how it creates an arc. And also the bowling balls themselves. Sorry, I used to really love bowling and I wanted to compete for a while. The bowling balls themselves can be asymmetrical, by the way. The core of the bowling balls are made of different material, and it creates its rotational center of axis a little differently. So that's why they like, sometimes you could just let it go and it'll rotate naturally in, and it deals with like the distance and the speed of your thing. You usually watch pros play with their own balls and they clean it and make it rotate strangely. Yeah. I cannot, I'm still a little culture shocked by the idea that you happen to be an Italian who regularly enjoys bowling. You don't know how. Do you play like for fun? Like how do you go about it? You're baffled by how they do it? I'm sure someone out there, someone near you can demonstrate it. I'm not entirely sure if there's any straight bowlers that has ever made the pros. That would be interesting. There's also two-hand. Like, nah, this sport isn't for you. That's fair. Do you play anything else recreationally? Or do you have any particular sports that you participate in outside of watching? I didn't do any other sports. Outside, Taekwondo is technically a sport, but I only did the discipline side of things. Didn't really compete or do anything like that. Used to play football. Football and swim. Okay. Now you only play occasionally with your friends. I see. Sounds like a very healthy relationship. Nowadays, for me, I run. That's the only consistent thing I do. I run. For like exercise, form of exercise. Touch me anything but not football. I won't let you do it. I don't, oh, that's a funny way with words. Yeah, football. I did not do football. Yeah, American football did not agree with me. Did not agree with me. That was not hot. And baseball, not so much either. I couldn't hit anything. I'm okay with the racket, but not with the bat. So there's just something about a bat. I literally, this has literally happened to me, where you know how like you can toss the ball up and you try to hit it with a bat just to in a field so you can go and grab it. I tossed a ball once and it hit me in the head because I missed it. Like I tossed it, but I didn't toss it straight up and landed on my head. Did I take the swing? I also took the swing. Yeah, there's something about a bat that doesn't work with me. But if it's like badminton, right? Badminton or something, or table tennis, right? Ping pong or something like that. That's okay, because there's something about a bat that is very, very weird. And then the whole tossing of baseball thing, and let's not talk about it. I don't think I tossed anything. I don't think I play a sport that involves tossing anything. Or kicking. Oh no, Taekwondo, you kick things. They might not be balls, but that's kind of weird out of context. But you do kick things, just not balls. I mean, not intentionally anyways. That's a joke. That's a joke. Sometimes when you're sparring, it happens. You might take a kick to the balls, you know. It happens. Not intentionally though. Not intentionally. It has happened. It has happened. You know you practice martial arts long enough when you accidentally get ball tapped. It's because in Italy, football and their traditions are carried by previous generation, especially your grandparents and your parents to the newest ones, us. We can feel it in your veins. I can imagine. In that case, it kind of explains why I didn't have any sports that I inherited from my parents. If running a business was a sport, then I did not inherit that from my parents. One of the more consistent things about my parents' generation is, if you don't become a medical doctor, then you run a business. That's the sport. It's a sport of life. It sounds uneventful, but you kind of appreciate where they're coming from over time when one gets older. You should see some montage of football matches, especially the ones in Milan. Yeah, I'll give that a go. Milan, you say? Alright. I will watch highlights of some Milan game. Is that your favorite team? One of the people that I like to talk about a lot, John Green, he funds their own sports club. So he funds a sports club. So he's quite into football as well. I forgot which it's like a club that he's funding because he just likes underdogs, and there's a lot of history behind it. But let me see what the football club is. What was John Green's football club? It's one of them. Wait, ain't no way. He actually played for a team before? Wow, the more I know. I didn't even realize John Green actually played in a football team. And he was a manager of a football team. But yeah, there's just this author that he's very passionate, and I guess it's which one is it? He was also named the club's player of the year for Port Vale. I had no idea he played football back then. That makes sense. AFC Wimbledon. AFC Wimbledon, apparently. He donates quite a lot of his a significant amount of his revenue from videos to support AFC Wimbledon. I had no idea he was a soccer player back in the day. The more you know. That explains his attachment to football. I don't think it's true for his brother Hank, though. But that's kind of neat. I'll find a way to be more engaged, right? I think mostly my interest for like baseball and stuff came out of some of my best friends who become interested in those things. So I'll try to see more Milan games to talk about. Is it currently playing? I'm not sure how World Cups work or the timing of World Cups work. And then the European World Cup, is that soon? Or what is the timing right now? Is this like playoff season? I don't remember how European football schedules work. World Cup is 2026. Oh, okay, so it's next year. What about the European Cup? I do watch the like the coverage of World Cup and European Cup just to remain like topical. It's the same for American football. I watch the Super Bowl when the Super Bowl happens. It may be some of the playoffs, but I don't watch like all of it like all the time. And I watch like the ATP matches, right? Tennis, single ATP matches. So like Wimbledon. What do they call the French Open? Forgot what the French Open's name. Just the French Open. And then the one in New York. And a Roland Garros is the French Open. And then the New York is, I forgot what they just call it, the New York. Oh, no, it's a different name. And then the Barclay world event as well. So I dabble in various things, like marathon running as well. I like to keep topical about those. Spain won the 2024 Euro. Oh, so it was already okay. Oh, okay. When is the Euros Cup happen in the year? Yannick Sinner is ranked #1 in tennis. Yeah, at the moment. Yep. I got into tennis during the Federer, Djokovic, and Nadal period. Right. Oh, it's every 4 years. I see. Yeah, so most of my tennis watching was when Federer, Nadal, and then the rise of Djokovic was happening. And then now I stopped watching after a while when basically Federer retired, and then Nadal was selective, and then Djokovic was still like steaming ahead for a little bit, and then now it has changed. 2026 is World Cup, 2028 is Euro, and 2030 next World Cup. Okay, etc. So we're on an off year. I see. Got it. Is this usually the prime time for football, or do football come later in the season? Did football just start back up? Is that why you're excited? EG. Ah, that's a typo. Dang it. Okay, I gotta be careful about my typos. Yeah, I need the Y thing. What just happened? Okay. Gotta be careful of typos. The season usually starts in August and ends in May or June. Oh, okay, okay. So it has already started for a while. I don't remember the mnemonic for that anymore. Don't really need it, but oh, in America it's different, especially with MLS. Yeah, I have no idea how American soccer works. um you too, but sometimes you watch it because you're idle. Oh, Messi, yeah. Uh, I did pick up 2 or 3 names that come up a lot when it comes to football personalities. That's definitely one of them. Ah, that's a typo. Oh, thank goodness they accepted that typo. My T doesn't work every once in a while. So T's get dropped. My keyboard T is unfortunate. I don't want to replace the entire keyboard for one key at the moment. There are a few keys, but the other keys don't happen as much as the T button. I just realized the reason why I'm yapping so much longer is because I'm not saying anything during the lessons anymore. In Duolingo, I read out all the sentences and I also talk about all the sentences. But now since I'm not reading out, I'm finding my voice being very it lasts a lot longer because I'm not reading it out all the time. Usually after like 6 or 7 hours of Duolingo, my voice is like wrecked. It's near the end of its lifespan. By the way, if you by any chance mistype something, are you going to talk about the scripts or something? I think I already made a comment about that. You can click the home icon on the upper left. Oh, and then redo it. No, that's fine. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a nice workaround. Yeah, I heard. Yep. Other people use a script to do like a double, like a check, like a check for typos. Yeah. It's okay. You know, typo. We will live. We will live. Thank you. I heard, I read in the WaniKani forums oftentimes, like, oh yeah, one of the scripts you want to add to on top of the WaniKani, which I do agree, it comes up a lot, where you double check, like it shakes and make sure to double check if you have a typo, which I would say right now, yeah, typos account for most of the errors a lot of times. Understandable. Sometimes I just blatantly misspell the English word though. Old. I type oil instead of old very consistently. Old doesn't come up as much because it has already came up, but whenever old comes up, for whatever reason I start typing oil first. Oops. Oh, meaning. Yeah, you have to translate some of your newest complex words in Italian. Otherwise, I would be misspelling 99% of your actual review. That's understandable. In HanziHero, there's something about this guy. Kevin likes to occasionally use like specific words, like what was a word? Oh, for WaniKani, 20th. I'm like, I have to like pause. I'm like, is that how you spell 20th? Like even common words I would be questioning. And I like to think, wait, is that how you spell 20th? The more I stare at it, the more it looks weird. Okay. I'd like to say, like to other people, like maybe other people feel differently. For myself, the more English words I learn, right? Or relearn or use, actually it doesn't make that whole like misspelling thing go away personally, because it expands and adulterates how many other words you would use. I think the words that you're more like I'm okay with spelling all the time right away are words that I use a lot. But if you learn more words, sometimes it like separates the use of those words. So oftentimes I could have like what's a good one? Things that have like double S's, like possessive, like possessive, like for example, that would be a great word, and that's important to language learning because possessive is like a form of speech for describing something. So when you're typing possessive out, you're like, I'm pretty sure it has 2 double S's because that looks weird. So still filling out the words, right? So words like this still comes up in my head. I'm like, and also for the record, I don't use in my normal day when I'm typing, I don't have autocorrect. So autocorrect is a great way to cover it, but it also means that you don't have to be responsible for the misspelling, and that can make you, it translates to the whole tool thing. If you understand what the tool is doing for you, then it doesn't correct the problem, it compensates for the problem. So every time I'm like typing my typos, I have to go back and manually edit them, because usually I just type and enter. So then I can see my typos. It's still as frequent as I've ever been. So I type a lot, like long blocks of sentences and stuff, but the typos are there and it happens. And then you use autocorrect. I bring up autocorrect because it's a very common stock standardized feature now, and it's almost automated. Here's one that kind of triggered me. When I was using the Chinese dictionary, the MDBG, sometimes if you type really fast, right, and you hit enter, the autocorrect picks the most likely thing that you were referring to, and it's not the thing that I want, right? And then when I go back and I try to type it, they keep autocorrecting for the English word, but just so happens the pinyin that I use is close to an English word, but I'm not looking for the English word. So I had to type it, and I had to wait a couple seconds, and then hit enter. And then it's exactly what I typed, but autocorrect. Like I had to avoid the autocorrect, right? So things like that does happen nowadays, where you're like, "Do you mean this?" Like, no, I'm typing it. So when it comes to, like, language learning, this type of thing can come up a lot. The whole like misspelling and missing a word, and then you might be thinking, "Oh yeah, well you can just autocorrect that stuff." And I fought actively with the Chinese dictionary when I was reviewing my Chinese terms that I need to be working on soon again. Yeah, such a funny little things that you wouldn't encounter if you are not language learning. For you used to write views, and oh yeah, I totally get that, the V and the W. Yeah. I got some ones that weird. Weird is still weird. Every time I type weird, and I know it's less weird for other people. Like, weird is a very common word, but it is not a common word for me to type. So often when I type weird, I'm like, wait, I before E, but not after C. That rule doesn't help all the time. So I have to type both of them. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. Sorry, pun intended, but that's weird. Not, wait. Yes. This is weird. That. So when people say like, "Oh, hey, he, for a record, when someone goes and like when someone comes in and saw me do that, they're like, "I thought you were a native English speaker." It's like, "Yeah, I'm a native English speaker." This is exactly the problem. At least in my opinion. Like, this is going to be a joke. It's kind of like a comedy routine. I can see myself. You know, you're a native English speaker whenever you type something and if you stare at it long enough, you're not sure if it's correct. At least in my opinion. It's the opposite. I feel like it's the opposite of an expectation from someone else. Where like, if you're not having an argument about how do you remember how to spell weird, then you haven't been in my opinion, you might not likely have used English long enough. Because I still really like receive. Receive is the prototypic word for the I before E except after C, right? That the rule is I before E except after C. So it's after C, so I comes after E. Right? But what about weird? It's not before E. And it's not after C. those mnemonics, oh my gosh, those mnemonics, like I'm talking about mnemonics because you know, we're using WaniKani, so WaniKani uses mnemonics too, and I can only imagine what the English version of it is. I'm not sure there is an English version. Like they go about doing it this way. I'm like, how do you do mnemonics for an entirely alphabet? Like, I started thinking about these things because I didn't learn English in a different. I didn't learn English that way. So, later down the road, we're going to use way down the road, like next year. Next year is probably the year we're gonna do it, where I'm gonna use Japanese and Mandarin, Japanese and Mandarin to learn English, like do some English courses. I'm very curious if I can find something that see like the encounters of things, how they would approach it, because spelling kind of sucks. It's like for me, I'm very terrible. I'm very terrible at explaining spelling. Also, I might learn a bit of IPA. So I want to learn a little bit of IPA as a way to offset my inability to explain English. Not that it's relevant to other people. I don't think people are going out of their way to learn IPA. I'm genuinely curious about the IPA stuff. Yeah, doesn't help. I think if you're not goofing around and saying like, "Oh yeah, that's close enough," you're not embrace English, I suppose. I don't know how you feel about Italian, if that Italian feels like that, but boy howdy, English certainly feels like that to me. Like, it's close enough, buddy. I had to pause. I was about to type oil. I had my finger over the O. I mean the I. Okay. Whoops. it's kind of neat that you're learning English along the way. Like you're typing you're typing in English. I guess that is a thing that is pretty neat about people whose um language, the common language, right? The common language you use in your environment is not English, but it can be a mix. And then looking at app design in this way is something that I sort of kind of appreciate what Duolingo is trying to do, where it's a lot of heavy investment, but you know, I have to remember when, like, here's a sobering thought, right? When people think about experiences, oftentimes the default is they're talking about the English course, what's available in the English course. But Duolingo also invests, like, I would say arguably a third of its resources to making the other language version of that. So like if you think about it this way, the English course has more courses than almost all, like arguably possibly even more courses than most of all the courses combined. So what I mean is another language to English, and then English to another language. Anything that involves English was substantial. So when we think about WaniKani, it's going one way, right? And then, you know, the people who made Kaniwani, or the unofficial like Kaniwani, is going the other way. But that's two languages going in two different directions. Meanwhile, you have apps like Babbel, Link, and whatnot that have to do all the different pairings. And I'm not even sure if Link goes only from English to the other language or the other way around, because Duolingo goes the other way around too. And that takes a lot of resources too. And it's diminished return when they do that. The population is inevitably smaller than the population that is interested in learning a language, where they use the common language, is the English. English to use as the bridge. You know, Italian is pretty linear pronunciation, except maybe some double consonants. I see. Reads as single ones. I see. Fair enough. Every time I say I see, I keep thinking I'm saying I see. I was like, no, I don't mean so. I mean I see. So. Right? So. In fact, here's a funny little story about maybe Asian tendencies, I don't know. I met a Japanese person professionally before. And so desu, right? So for sure. So desu. You say a lot of times when in public there's this behavior, active listening behavior. So you want to constantly acknowledge that you're saying it, and there's often a fill-in phrase. And so, since maybe it's because I listened to Japanese when I was 5, and then so on, and then my parents do it, I see is the English equivalent. So it's really funny when I met like a professional person from Tokyo University, right, Daikaku. When they spoke English, they kept saying I see, oh I see, oh I see, oh I see, oh I see, right, over and over again. And my first thought is like, well that's what I do too. I see. And I do that quite a lot. And you do that in Fujianese as well, with a different sound effect, right? Like sound. I call it a sound effect because the actual word, I don't even know if it started as a word. Like abai. And then you can go into like acknowledgements, like Jene, abai, Jene. And it's yes, you know, hai, so, hai, so. And then I don't actually know if I have anything for Spanish. I haven't spoken Spanish for so long where I would have a filler word that I've acquired over time. Mandarin. Is there a Mandarin? I don't have a Mandarin filler word either at the moment. But it's probably going to be something close to I see. It was funny to hear that person say, "Oh, I see. Oh, I see." Like different versions of it. Like the soul desk came out differently. It used the person. You can definitely feel that the person has used that English phrase to the point where it became like daijoubu desu, right? Where like, "Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, I see." So you can definitely tell that that person has understand how flexible English is when it came to like tone, pitch, like stress accents. Um, and yet it has that very characteristic Japanese accent. Like he said it in a way I can't mirror. Like I wouldn't be able to imitate his like Japanese American accent. It was pretty good. Very humbling. Only one time. I don't meet a lot of Japanese people over my lifetime. It's fairly rare. Whoops. Whoops. What level am I on? I'm on level 4. We're on level 4. Okay. Okie dokie. We had a slip up here. So that's not too bad. Alright, so let's do our quick review and then we're gonna swap over to HanziHero. We're behind a little bit. Hopefully I get my constructs that I said I was gonna write today. 9? Man, 9 seems like a lot now. Okay. So let's do our harmonics. Harmonics. So. Man, measurement, origin, whole, leader, forehead, alligator, ceremony, spirit, branch, energy, center, world, plate, bamboo, thread, ear, insect, flowers, sea, red, car, shellfish, foot, knot, samurai, rice, loiter, bed, pie, cliff, master, umbrella, beggar, horns, spikes. Right. Okay. Let's do our reads. we will stop on the ones that are not 4, right? And write them. Will you go all the way to level 60? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. The plan is I'll go as long as something until something more interesting comes along. So if someone convince me that something else is even more interesting, then we might not get to 60. However, for the time being, tentatively, 60 and beyond is on the table. That would be a very safe assumption, provided my mind is not blown. Okay, so kyo and ko. Kyo, ko, go, da, kori, mo. Actually, mo is a new exception. Sen, mei, nen, so, yaku, cho, o, seki. Seen any good anime lately? So I've been going through everyone's recommendations or everyone's suggestions, provided they meet the conditions. So in the with time permitted, I met Zhao before. Like, Zhao is chilling. We watched from beginning to end Shingeki no Kyojin, right? Shingeki no Kyojin season 1, season 2, season 3, season 3 part 2, the final season part 2, and Kangetsuhen, right? And then Gecko, because of Gecko, I watched Vinland Saga season 1 and Vinland Saga season 2. I had to watch the beginnings again in a different way because there was a lot of gap time. And then my personal pick recently was I caught up on Oshinoko season 2. And then now Blair suggested Modai Zushi. And I finished watching the second season, 仙云片, the second season of Modai. And there's a third season, the final chapter for Modai. Modal, not Modai. Modal. That I'm watching currently. And as a crazy thing, because I'm crazy now, I suppose, I started One Piece. Now, I did watch the first 2 or 3 seasons of One Piece, but I started One Piece again. And I'll probably put a benchmark at every 100 episodes because there's over 1,000 episodes. But we'll slowly run through them. It's kind of like when I caught up with The Simpsons and Family Guy, and there's just a lot. So we'll just be going with that. It's not that different from watching Gintama. Gintama would be a great example, although Gintama ended for the time being. Or watching all of Akira Toriyama stuff, starting from Dragon Ball all the way up to Super. So that's a thing too. And then yeah, you truck along. Be topical. There's a reason I'm watching One Piece though. Many different other reasons. Obviously I wouldn't pick things on a whim. Yeah, I mean, it's not so different from watching the MCU all in the chronological order as opposed to the publication order from beginning to end, including all the TV shows up to its current state. And then maybe like something, I know these aren't anime, but they're often anime adjacent. Or like watching all the Arrowverse stuff. Flash, Arrow, and every potential spin-off like Supergirl all together as well. Of course, One Piece is fairly reasonable compared to watching the entirety of Star Trek in the publication order. We watched it in the publication order and keeping up with Star Trek. Star Trek has more runtime than One Piece. And I still watch reruns of Star Trek to this day. Occasionally I pop in, put Star Trek on shuffle. There's no actual shuffle. I go through the list and just pick on it. It's like, oh, this is an interesting episode. Let's go watch it. For inspiration. Yeah. Have you seen any anime lately? I'm not gonna say good or bad. I think have you seen any anime lately? I'm waiting on so Gecko and Blair has been watching Sakamoto Days, and I'm waiting for it to conclude. Dan Da Dan was recent. A little before this. Dan Da Dan was something Blair brought up, so we watched that. You have time until April. They're on a hiatus. Oh, interesting. You have time until April. I think someone did bring that up, like on cursorily. There was another thing I forgot to do yesterday. Oh, I totally forgot to listen to the Hokkien group. The group that sings in Hokkien to see what it sounds like. I don't remember. Oh, it's Eggplant. They're Eggplant something. Eggplant Eggs is the band's name. That's what I remember. Eggplant Eggs. Egg. Yeah, I need to remember to listen to that. Yesterday I finished so late. I ate dinner and I did all the things I can as quickly as possible, and then I went to bed. And I got up and I'm here again. we went so late yesterday, and it looks like today is probably gonna be a repeat of yesterday. Usually these things happen. I prioritize being able to get back and do my regular things. So squeezing in time to watch and make stories and all that can be a bit of a tight squeeze. Okay, so I think we're okay with the review for these. These are pretty locked in now, so I don't have to remind myself of the mnemonics. And then we had, how did I mess up Eugene? Oh, it was a typo. Eugene was a typo. Yeah, I think I typed Eugene by accident. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, I typed Eugene, like the Jew, instead of you. Eugene. My average daily life. Yeah, I do have to be disciplined about it. So This will be the rare occasion, and then I will try to scale back, and I don't want to present a unrealistic, inconsistent lifestyle. So hopefully that also makes it apparent to other people that don't forget to rest, right? Rest. Things will wait for you. Like, I'm not sitting here grinding through One Piece episodes or something like that to meet an end. Don't forget to take care of yourself, right? Life can be very bright even when not on a hurry. I'm making a little special exception today and tomorrow, and then I'll probably scale back a little, take a little recuperating, and then we're gonna play Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth again in Chinese and Japanese. I can't wait to hear the Chinese cast. I'm so excited to hear the Chinese cast. I waited an entire year. So speaking of patience, right? Patience. I waited an entire year. I was actually going to wait until the next game releases, and I had no idea. I didn't plan for Sega to release another Like a Dragon game in the following year. I would have expected at least a 2-year gap, because the year before they actually released 2 games. They released 2 games within 3 calendar years, or within 3 calendar. It was November technically of 2023, and then February of 2024. Nowhere in my mind would I thought, all right, they're gonna release another game in February, like, of 2025, and I'm like, here I am. Like, I thought I might have 1.5 to 2 years before I go back and, like, yeah, now I know a lot of Japanese and Mandarin, and I'm like, oh, now I can say more. Yeah, it's okay. At most, I'll pick up all the conversational responses and replies, but we'll still use English subtitles. So I'm not gonna go out of my way to, like, download the Japanese UI and whatnot. I don't think it has a game toggle for the Japanese UI. You have to, like, change your region in the Steam thing and download the client separately. Like, you have to download a different version of the game. So we won't do that right away, but I'm looking forward to it. That's what we have planned. Anyways, that was a little bit of the WaniKani close remark, right? This is where we end. We've come to our conclusion of our WaniKani for the day. All right, I'll be back tomorrow with WaniKani. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? So for those who are only interested in Japanese and WaniKani specifically, there will be no more WaniKani sessions or Japanese sessions today. The rest is going to be about Mandarin. So until then, minasan, mata ne, ja ne. And I'm going to get up. I really need to go to the bathroom, stretch, feel up a little, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第27天。It is day 27. I'm gonna hop right into it. We still have to do our Duolingo Chinese wrap up. Let's look at our mistakes, right? Okay. Still have them written too. Let's cover them very, very quickly. So this was a typo because of R. Actually, maybe like more of a jerk reflex. Yeah, hao. Yeah, hao. Yeah, hao. The tone on yeah. Yeah. Oops. I wrote a 3. Wait. Hey. Oops. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I instinctively write 2. Largely because of the half tones. I need to not do that. Try not to do that. Right. So yeah. Yeah, hao. Yeah, hao. And then this one was a drizzle instead of 2 drizzle. 七夜. 七夜, I think I did 4. So 七, because I thought of April. R as opposed to R. Da. Da. How do I? Oh, strike. To strike as opposed to hit. 进来. To come. No. To infer, right? 进来. No. What do I do? I'm getting 2 things confused. 进来, to come in, I guess. And the reason why that's weird is because I wrote enter. Right, that's, yeah. Dal. The typo for Zai. Dal. George. Heckin' George. And then Jun. Because of George. Jen. 看见 I wrote to meet, but they're looking for to see. And I added to meet. 想见 is to see and therefore to think. To see and therefore to think. So to infer. Right? Okay. Alright. Let's go in. Hop in. Be a little bit brisk. It's usually about an hour for HanziHero consistently. Provided I don't digress. 差不多. Hey. 差不多. Oh no. So now they have to come up. So we silence the boo as well on this. 差不多. Something that is differ, something that's almost correct is not differ by many. Oh, that's a good way. And then each thing that is not is equal, is pretty quiet, so to speak. Yes. 差不多. Fair enough. That's pretty good, actually. I like that. 差不多. 差不多10美金 Oh, 美金 Oh, yeah, 美金
差不多10美金
美金 Oh, yeah. King is originally 美金差不多10美金他们 他们两高节差不多
他们俩高矮差不多。
啊 I oh is that how you use that 高矮他们俩 oh that's just 俩 oh
他们俩高矮差不多。
他们俩高矮差不多 interesting I'm not familiar with 两高矮so 俩 almost 高矮 maybe or is it the other way around it's kind of hard two oh no this is two still and then almost same height okay 差不多is it wait oh I didn't put in the I didn't put in the... what wait what's wrong what happened yeah that's a typo I don't want to talk about it that's gonna happen oh no I can see myself typing that backwards it's fine
早上
早上 okay back to something so early above right early above it's morning yep time flows downward 早上九点
早上9点
oh it's 3 not 4早上9点a little bit higher 我每天早上喝咖啡
我每天早上喝咖啡。
我每天早上喝咖啡
我每天早上喝咖啡。
喝咖啡
我每天早上喝咖啡。
我每天早上跑步
我每天早上跑步。
okay 早上
茶
okay we got the umbrella as opposed to a hat okay oh no this is the umbrella then what is the umbrella going to be okay this component depicts an umbrella that is open up that's fair but without the pole holding up the umbrella maybe it's some sort of magic floating umbrella okay that happens so often tiptoe qi in yi yu yi no dawdling I can't type correctly okay all right so what is Charlie Brown doing inside the auditorium Charlie Brown is inside the lobby of the auditorium selling cha. It was brewed from flowers. Okay, flowers he got from a tree. All right. One of the patrons, dressed in a tuxedo, has a sip and then spits out in disgust at Charlie Brown's face. This is not tea at all, he says pretentiously before hitting Charlie lightly on the head with his umbrella. That's not where I thought that was going. Okay. All right, so we have Nai Cha, Cha Dao, Ta Guan, Lü Cha, and Cha Shi. Cha ye. I keep forgetting that's ye. I keep thinking it's shi. Okay. Oops.
茶 床
Chuang. Okay, a shack. How the heck did you get? This is a rusty old shack that is a lean-to. It only has one wall and the roof is just a big old lid that barely keeps out. Alright. That's gonna be a little tough. A shack, huh? More like an awning.
床
Alright, so this is Chucky, right? Chucky is inside the chapel. Oh no. With a shack and a tree. What the heck? Chucky is inside the chapel taking a nap. He has made a little shack on top of the altar, and inside the shack has a bed out of a bunch of trees. Oh, that's pretty good. Alright. Bundled together. Next to him is a dead priest he killed or he unalived earlier that day for waking him up. Truly an evil doll. Yep, that's lore accurate. 上床 病床 wait 病床 interesting 病床 sick bed 病床 makes sense sick and bed sick bed 病床 to lie in bed lie I don't know what lie is wall 床 clinical don't know what that character is 临床 and then to get out of bed 起床 oh I didn't realize the Japanese character was simplified too. Well, not really that simplified, it's close enough. Actually, no, that's one extra stroke, right? Yes, one. No, it's the same number of strokes, but it's slightly modified, the Japanese one. Intriguing. 床 all right okay差不多 I did dual oh my gosh I wrote do again I need to stop doing that I knew that was gonna oh man I even forecasted dang it
床 早上
so disappointed
茶 差不多
I'm trying to think maybe there's a reason for that why I prefer to type OU instead of UO. It might be an English thing. Not too sure. Jing. Oh, I didn't know it was clean standing alone. Jing. Ah, it has the paint. It has the pen. Jing. So Jimmy Neutron. English manner. In the bathroom in English manner. Where he is cleaning his cleats, okay, which he used to play a rich person's game in the lawn outside. He uses a pen. Oh, I actually pen and a brush clean something like cleats to clean out some of the dirt stuck between the spikes. That's a thing. That's actually a thing. And then spray it with patented cleat cleaning spray. Oh, that's really good. The express and patent Jimmy Neutron patented. That's lore accurate. Love it. The expensive bathroom tile is littered with pieces of grass and dirt. That sounds about right. tweets. Oh no. Is that Chi? No. No. I was thinking Jing would be here somewhere. Ganjing. Oh no, Ganjing. I was thinking of Ganjing. Was I? Or was I thinking of Anjing? I might have been thinking about Anjing though. Ganjing. Gan's the same. Jinghua. What do you look like? Red? I don't know. Jie? Chun? Oh, jeez. Chen? Chenjing. Okay. Chenjing Shui. Chenjing Shui. Okay. Pure and then purified water. Fair enough. To lick clean. Well, that's awfully specific. Oh. Tian. Okay. Tianganjing. Okay. Tianganjing. Okay. Jing. Bathroom. Yes.
静爷
Yeah. Okay. We covered this yesterday too. Yeah. They swapped out the bottom, interestingly, no? So, yeah, that's Yoshi in the Yoshi is in the electricity plant, right? Yoshi is inside the electricity plant where he and his father, yeah, are taking Yoshi's grandfather on a tour of the plant. Something about ear and hills. Yoshi pulls his grandfather by the ear and his father pulls the other so that he does not get lost as they wander through the hills that dot the interior of the plant. Alright, fair enough. That sounds kind of like abusive. Yeah. Right. Yeah. God. Lao Tian Ye. Lao Tian Ye. Interesting. Old heaven grandfather. Neat. Lao Tian Ye. Okay.
爷桌
Joel. Okay. So we have again George Costanza. George is in the office. Is actually outside of the office. What are you doing? George is in front of the office building, slacking off from work. He sits in front of a table that is shaded from the sun. Okay, I see the sun. By the tree. Okay, I guess that's a modified tree. Above it, George has a magic stick. Oh, I see the magic stick. That he is trying to balance so it stands straight up, okay, on the table. It keeps on falling over each time George tries to find the perfect angle to have it stay pointed up. George needs a lesson on physics. I'm kidding. I don't know what that character is supposed to be. Maybe like Bao Zhou. Let's see. Bao Zhuo. Not Zhou. Bao Zhuo. Bao Zhuo. Shu. Oh wait, that's Shu. Oh my gosh, it looks so different when it's down there. I thought there was way fewer strokes in that little tiny thing. Oh, Shuzhou. Okay, that makes sense actually. A book. A book table. Shuzhou, a desk. Shuzhou. Dining table. Shizhou. Oh no, wait. That's the one with the modified thing, right? Is it still Changzhou? Yeah, chanjo. Chanjo. Chan for like food. Chanjo. Wow, that's so complicated. And then 桌子. 桌子. Anjo. Anjo. Oh, it's jaw. I keep saying Joe. Jaw. Sorry, jaw. 书桌. 餐桌 and 桌子. Okay.
桌
table.
我
I. Not that I. Or I. What I need. Handsaw. Are you serious? Handsaw? Okay, so there's fingers, right? Attached to a halberd, but it becomes a handsaw. A handsaw is a kind of halberd that has been modified to fit into just one hand. Alright, fine. Of course, it also has teeth, so it can cut through things. So a halberd, and they're picking this as a... instead of looking at it as a finger thing. Oh no, it's not quite a finger thing. Oh, well, it is a finger thing. Extended to the halberd. But I guess you can picture it as a halberd with a teeth attached to it, which makes it a handsaw. Okay. Whoa. Justice. Yi. Discuss. Like. Liao. Yi. Oh, it's Yi again. Ant? Is it Yi? Yi. To be hungry? Oh no, that's I was like, is this Yi? Is this Yi? Is this Yi? Okay. Hand sounds fine. Sure. Well, what is Walter White doing in the basement of an office building? He was recently fired due to his past conviction of cooking meth. Okay. Cooking special stuff. He has a handsaw in hand and is sawing away at the foundations of the office building. Okay. I am the special stuff king. I cannot be fired. I shall unalive anyone in my path. He rambles on and on. Okay. Well, that's kind of unhinged. I feel like that's a little out of character. Woman. What the? Okay. What?
我
Okay.
也
What was this? Cleaning off Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron was in the bathroom of the English Manor.
进
Okay. Whoops. George, office. Wait, no. George in front. Oh, balancing the magic stick on the table. Yeah.
桌 我
Okay. All right.
是
Shoot. Okay. Sun and correct or pointer. Oh yeah, that's right. They use the pointer because it's the stop, right? Wait. It's the foot and the pointer. That's what they used. Okay. So Shrek. Beach. Shrek in the bathroom of the beach house? Or oh no, it's so it's nothing. It's house. Trying to be in peace. Unfortunately, oh, Shrek. Unfortunately, the sun keeps on shining into the window, making the bathroom hot and uncomfortable. Shrek takes a pointer and tries to use it to adjust the blinds, but breaks them and the windows too. How could this be? Alright. I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember that. Maybe. Maybe. 可是 Oh, 可是 is but. 可是要是 Oh, wow, these are actually really useful. 可是要是老师 I didn't realize 老师 was always. And then 是非 right and wrong 是非 intriguing. In other words, I like this one. In other words, I see sure in the middle. What could other words mean? Maybe we need words. So, no, I don't know. 就是说 Oh, that makes sense. 就是说 in other words, okay. Using 就 for the like. So in other words, like so then, right? Like resulting or like kind of like 如果 and then 就, right? 就 has that essence of, well, in other, as a result, in other words, 说就是说 interesting. Other is speak. 就是说 neat. 是
是
是 I'm
国
saying it a little too sharp. 国 okay. Country. Fair enough. Goofy is inside of the office building lobby where he has to set up his own country. In the corner, he has stuck a halberd into the carpet on the ground. Okay, I see the ground, and he leans back on an office chair. Anyone who enters his country must kiss the sacred mouth, or no, Albert with their mouth. Oh, okay. Goofy, being goofy, leans back too far on the chair and falls over and drops, or knocking over the halberd. Oh wait, halberd includes the drop. Okay, his country is in disarray. Man, that's very elaborate. 外国外国外国国家国 king 国王 Oh wait, I knew Wang. What am I doing? 国王 王国 Oh jeez, kingdom. Yeah, that makes sense too. And then 国际 right? 国际 for international. Yeah, 国际 国际 is actually one of the vocabulary words of Duolingo, interesting though. In contrast with 国内, which is domestic, 国内 and 国际. It was talking about flights though, like traveling, flights, international versus domestic. 国 no, oh wait, is it 国?
国
Not 国 国 国
在
at, okay. Fair enough, at works. Soil, hooray! Instead of dirt, can we use dirt? Oh my goodness. I think soil and dirt, we're just gonna go ahead and add dirt. They're close enough. Consolidate dirt and soil. If you jam a cross into the ground, you're putting it directly into the soil. You can also imagine getting a bunch of soil and putting it around the base of the cross to stabilize it. Yeah, fair enough. I guess it's still D. Nope. 土 okay 土 Jen interesting 真 度 oh yeah like 肚子 yeah it has earth in it, it has moon and earth in it. I still remember when Blair made a comment way back. I think it's been so long. Blair made this comment like, what? Like, since when is belly, the stomach, a combination of the moon and earth or dirt? Like, what the heck? How they get belly? Maybe it's like, no, I don't. Too far. I'll see how they explain it. It'll be interesting to see how they explain it. How Kevin explains when we get to du, like 肚子 or stomach. To fill in 天 okay. To spit 土 okay. Alright, soil. And in case I type dirt, it'll be fine. In arc. That doesn't quite look like an arc, my friend. Oh, half of a stone arc. Okay, that's fair enough. I can kind of see it as half of a stone arc, I suppose. I mean, there aren't circles, right? There aren't circles. The closest thing is you have these like curves. All right, arch, not arch. Sorry. Alright, Zelda is in the bathroom of the high school again. This time, not digging for something, right? Or are you digging for something? Where's she at? In the bathroom of the high school, standing under an arch on top of a small mound of soil. That is where she's at. Where are you at? Okay, stop adding me, okay? A little aggressive. Oh, 现在. Oh, that is 现. Oh man, 现在. 现在. Heck is that? Something 在. You're going to bed? Take care. Take care, Mattia. I'll see you next time. Sleep well. Right? Good luck with everything. Bring back a story or two. Thank you for chilling. What is that? 趁在 wow jeez 趁在 jeez that's a little tough 趁在在内 yeah 在内在oh, I have this. I know this character is in almost, right? T is it Yi? Ooh. Yi Hu. Oh, it's Hu. 在乎 yeah 在乎 不 几乎 or something is almost 不几乎 yeah 不几乎 almost not 正在 yeah currently 正在 correct now this very moment this at currently. All right. I'm not sure about saying at for this. Jai works. Right. 在
在
okay.
是 在 国 国
Alright. Last lesson. Batch of lessons. Sure. Okay. A what? What the heck's a caliper? Soldier. A Buddhist temple? Oh my goodness. Alright. Oh, that caliper. Never mind, just kidding. Caliper. The component is a picture of a caliper, a sort of adjustment measurement instrument. The middle dash between the two lines represent the distance that's being... We're gonna put measurement just in case. Because this is close enough too. I'm getting ahead of the components, the component and radical overlap between WaniKani and HanziHero. We're gonna put in synonyms that combine the two of them. Largely because functionally in the stories, they're going to end up being good enough. Going to be good enough. Let's see. Chinese inch. Oh yeah, I heard about this. This one's actually pretty funny. The Chinese inch. Chen. I didn't realize it's pronounced Chen. Chen. Seal. Guard. Show. Village. Shu. No. Shit. Oh, wow. Shit. Okay. A guy? Maybe Dao. Yeah. I only know guide is because Dao gets simplified to smithereens. The whole top portion is completely simplified. But now I get why it's Dao. Because it has Dao on top of the caliper. Okay. As in like a tour guide. Yeah. A tour guide. Caliper. A soldier as opposed to as a samurai. Interesting. A soldier. It's a depiction of a soldier standing at attention, but in a weird way. His 2 feet are pointed outwards, and he stretches his arm forward. The difference between this and the soil component is at the top. We're gonna put samurai here. Samurai is actually a soldier. So, this is fine too. For whatever mnemonics come ahead. Soldier. Of the soldier. Sure. Okay. Interesting. At least I think. To sell my... To read... Tu. Tu. Not tu. 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 Lucky. G. Okay. Aspiration. True. Okay. Alright, soldier. A Buddhist temple. So it has a soldier on top of a caliper. Building a Buddhist temple is quite easy. All one needs is a bunch of soldiers to do the work with a caliper to measure all the temple being built. Imagine a bunch of Buddhist soldiers, monks with guns, caliper in hand, building a Buddhist temple. I mean, you could say monks, but and they accept temple. Okay, fair enough. This reminds me of yesterday's talk about Journey to the West, and I can confirm why I was a little bit confused because I was taking the context. Journey to the West is the monk is journeying to achieve the scriptures in order to bring it back to China, or like to spread the word. So they were on a pilgrimage to receive or to acquire the scriptures and the path to enlightenment. So is indeed going there to grab the scripture in order to bring it back, and hence the going west, which is going west towards India. Anyways, I questioned my resolve because when someone differs, I'm like, maybe I've gotten it misinterpreted. Okay. 次 hard to tell. Oh, I see why temple might not be sufficient later. Okay. Poem. 诗 is poem. Oh, interesting. And to support? That's support instead of what is it? The hold? I mean, that's kind of also support. Yeah. 是 chi 吃 Interesting. Okay. We're just gonna go with temple.
时
Okay, so we have time and the temple. What are you doing, Shrek? Inside the beach house. No, I keep doing that. Inside the house. Beach house. Does beach house have a modifier? It does, but it's an E. So when does that happen? Oh, beach house doesn't have a modified E, does it? I could have sworn you could drop the E in beach house. Staring at a huge framed picture that he has mistaken for TV. Okay. The picture is of a Buddhist temple with a sun shining on it. Okay. Why is the time stuck? He mumbles confusingly, not understanding why nothing in the picture, not even the sun, seems to move. He throws some mud at the picture. I don't have time for this stupid show, he says, as he begins to look for the non-existent remote. Okay, I don't think Shrek is that dim-witted. Come on. 小时 可时 no 同时 yeah 同时 I think it's that 同时时候有时间 no 有时候 that works too, and then 时间 okay. Inside the house.
时
All right, we're gonna go with temple.
时
Nice. All right. So we got 68 reviews today. Let's get right into it. Chop chop. Time is it? Okay.
女儿 正
Wait. Ah! Wait. Oh, it's 2. Dang it. Halftones. I always have to pause on halftones. Halftones. What I'm saying in my head is not what I'm writing right now.
花
Flower.
明天
Oops. Again.
下雨，分开，
Oh, to separate. Oh, part. Yeah, to separate. Apart. I was gonna say. Okay, to separate. Okay, okay.
昨天，
Oh no. Oh no. I don't remember which one this is. It's a stalk of some sort, but it has the curve on top. Was that what they had for the beanstalk? Oh, okay, that's fine. It's fine.
男人，
Hold? No. What is this? Shrek? Outside the English manor, discovering an alien that suddenly comes to life? That sounds about right.
男生， 神，
Making sure I don't reverse dual for do. 多元,
多元，
多元. Fun, yeah.
分别，
Oh, is this a part? Another? Oh no. Oh, this is a part. Okay, so I loosely got away with the other one to separate, but they're kind of similar as well, but not the same like part of the sentence. Oops. This point.
小吃，别人，
Oh, outsider? Wait, are we going with like other people? No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. Others is I refuse. That's inexcusable. Others is also referring to other people. No, 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 no. No, no. No, 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 no.
想，
No, I refuse.
一，
No.
衣服，
Oh. Oh, wait, that's fine. Uh, let's double check this one, right? Mei. Younger sister Mario in the beat. Yes. Okay.
妹
This is the Empress thing. Legolas in the English manner. No, Legolas in the bakery.
楼
Wait, did they just go with left on this? Oh, left this. Yeah, that one was a little unhinged. Hoang. Ne? In the bathroom? Does that make sense in the bathroom? Death? Oh, well, yeah, Walter White, yes.
望
Yes. Yes. What was this? Robin Hood was in the bathroom of the bakery. Oh, trying to wash out the meat he dropped?
肉
想见.
想见 菜 租 A
There is one, yeah. So it does have a flex. I wonder when is it ever a... When you drop that, how do you differentiate from... That's weird. I haven't even thought about that. It comes up so many times. I'm like, beach house? But it ends up being the house. Intriguing. Zeus is in the basement of the office with his leftist friend, right? Yes.
左 猪
Okay.
5月
Is this a saw? Okay.
吃月 女朋友
人们. The heck was a 人们?
人们
人们. Okay. Oh no. It's XI, isn't it? I can see. No. Okay.
不太，看见，西，
Oops. 本人
本人，
本人本人 I think that 本人 is yourself, right? Okay. 分手
分手，
which is also to separate actually.
好吃，太，
oh, excessive. Yeah, true.
明，
Yes, right? This is Harry Poppers in the basement of the infirmary. Curse with the silver sandal, right?
很，
This is very sick. Okay. Was this still win? Yes. Oh no. I'm just gonna go with it.
电子，
Okay, 电子. Okay. I think this is still white. Or notebook. Okay.
近，
中和.
中和，
I don't know how to spell this. Okay. Oh no. It's yeah, it is, right? It's George in the basement of the infirmary. Yeah, it's George in the basement of the infirmary with the cross, the red cross, and checking on the standardization of the turkeys and got sprayed with
Dry.
saliva, right? Standard. Angel.
昂， 明明，
Obviously? Okay. Obviously.
白，
Ooh-wee. That one was a little tough. We got a few weak spots. Not too crazy. Not too crazy. So yeah, let's quickly do this. It's until 11. All right. Okay. Things are getting a little tougher. The volume, I'm starting to feel the volume on the speed I'm trying to keep. So what is this? Now this is an umbrella. And that's a shack. I'm not sure about the shack. It's a little wild. Handsaw. we'll see when we get to WaniKani. We're gonna have to consolidate components to strengthen them. Soldier. I'll pretty much add the synonyms, but I'll still use what they intended. But the idea is, at some point, I have to consolidate them for my purpose if they become a problem. Like caliper is interesting, and then they introduced soil and soldier in the same thing. Kinda understand why. And then this is Buddhist temple. Okay, so what do I usually do here? I think we write the reads, right? Yeah, we only write the reads. Chuang. Chuang. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I've encountered some new characters now. So some of the new characters I need to pay attention to. Spray paint cleats, Jimmy Neutron in the bathroom. Jimmy Neutron in the bathroom of the English Manor. Bathroom. So far, I can definitely see that it's stronger for HanziHero than it is for WaniKani's. I'm more prone to pick up the learning curve for HanziHero. Largely because I've been applying it even if I knew the character already. Meanwhile, it's still passive for WaniKani because I'm not incentivized to know the mnemonic in order to know the read yet. So it's been a little growing. There's some learning curve for that. I wasn't able to practice something without thinking about the read already. In this case, though, I can use the mnemonic to know the read of the character. I don't have to translate a lot of these things, though. So I have more distinctive vocabulary in this on the Chinese side of things, and interestingly enough, what about Japanese? Not as much, but it's largely because the pace. There's also less opportunities, right? So I guess we'll see how this works. It's starting to feel like Duolingo all over again, where HanziHero, due to doubling the pace, is moving in a different tempo than WaniKani. Okay. Draw. Yeah, draw. 是国我在 right 我在是擦 okay, and then we have screwed up on Bierin, but I disagree. Bierin won't happen again though. 早 not for the same error though. 早 早早上早上差不多。All right, so are we gonna do all these? Yeah, you know, why not? Practice makes perfect. Practice makes better. Practice makes consistency. So, okay. So what do we have for... Whoa. Excuse me. Tablet? What happened? So we have Chucky. Chucky in the chapel. Making a shelter, right? A shelter underneath the arch. Or no, making a shack with a tree for the bed, right? A shack with a shack built and a bed built out of trees. Tree bundle. And then we have Yoshi. Yoshi in the electricity plant. What are you doing, Yosh? He's with his father and grandfather. And they grabbed... So... Father and grandfather grabbed the grandfather by the ear to guide the dude over the hills in the interior of the power plant. Grandfather. Okay, we have Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron is in... Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the English Manor. English Manor, cleaning off his cleats. Cleats with a pen. And a patented water. Spray. Patented spray. Right. We have George. George outside of the office building trying to balance a table. We cover arch here. Table. Balancing a magic stick on a table under the sun? Under a sun and tree. Sun, there's sun outside, plus tree, balancing a magic stick on a table, standing upright, right? That's fine. So, Shrek, no, yes, Shrek is in the bathroom of the house. Beach house works too, really, in this case. Looking at a picture, right? A picture that doesn't move. The sun keeps hitting it. But no. It's a picture of the sun. And a pointer. No. I have no idea. Where do you get this? It's a pointer, right? It's a pointer. I just know that it doesn't move. Wait. No, wait. It's in the bathroom. Oh. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. And he's using the pointer to adjust the window to get the sun out. It's hot and uncomfortable. Why does it have to be that way? Yeah. That's a different, entirely different mnemonic I was thinking of. Then we have G? Goofy. Goofy inside the office building. Warsh. With making his own country with a halberd. Halberd was right, halberd, and kissing the halberd to enter through your mouth. There's multiple mouths. Jeez, this one was too really elaborate. And I think that's good enough to know the country. Good enough. Walter White was in the basement of the office building with a second handsaw. Oh, because he's gonna take out the building. Or firing him because no one fires him. He is the GOAT. Okay. Zelda. Zelda is in the bathroom of the high school. Doing her thing. No, I'm just kidding. Something about an arch. I guess Zelda is in on top of an arch soil pile. So soil and arch. And that's where Zelda is at. Then we have Shi. This is the Shrek in the bathroom. No. This is Shi. Shrek is inside the house. Inside the house. Where the sun, he's looking at a portrait of something with a sun and a temple. But they don't move because he's a pep. The time doesn't move. Right. So he's looking for the non-existent remote. Okay, so we did. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, this is fine. So this kind of colored caliper and temple and soldier, because soldier and caliper produces temple. I don't know when they're gonna be separated, right? And then Ta has umbrella. How did this work? Charlie Brown was serving up some tea in in the lobby of the auditorium, but this pretentious butthead. How did the pretentious butthead come into play? How did flowers come into play? Maybe the flowers was made with tea? I mean, the tea was made with the flowers. Specific flower. Oh, that guy hit Charlie Brown. The flowers from this tree. And that guy, the pretentious guy, hit Charlie Brown with an umbrella for bad tasting tea. Okay, alright. And then, what were the errors? We had 3 errors, right? Xena, Kirby, and Xena. Kirby, Xena, and George is probably going to be something that's recurring. So Xena. That's the pinyin. Was there any new pinyin? No. Was there any new character? Oh. No, that was from last time. There were 2 vocabulary, right? But one is a non-issue, which is 别人. 别人. Right? Other people or others. And 案件, that's last time. Oh. 左 昨天 wrong tone 昨天 I wrote 3 as opposed to 2. And that's it. Yeah, not bad. 3. All right. 11:17. So hopefully I can get the 9 constructs done today. We gotta wrap up. Running out of time. All right, there you have it. Chinese is usually fairly smooth. It's fairly smooth. I think this might be a little bit too much, so I think we're gonna simplify it slightly and do the ones that I feel are troublesome, possibly. There is some due diligence involved, and I think I'm gonna be more aggressive with radicals and components between WaniKani and HanziHero, whichever comes first. If there is a synonym between the two, I'm probably gonna add the synonyms between components and radicals, and still proceed to use whatever they decide to call it. However, if the error comes up, we're gonna change up the mnemonics to consolidate the 2 of them together to reinforce. I don't think naming the components will necessarily, with synonyms and mnemonics, will necessarily change the outcome for understanding the characters and the words. For those cases, the ones that do diverge, that's something that I will invest some extra time into, right? All right, there you have it. Yeah, if you're gonna watch this later, yeah, right? So until next time, this is the end of the HanziHero portion. Right after this, I'm trying to complete what I've kind of ran out of time doing yesterday. Complete our Duolingo Chinese wrap up course. Today is a construct only day again, because I think I ran a little off time again. I'm expecting to cover 9 constructs. Yesterday I did 7, but with a lot of yapping, so hopefully that'll be okay. So for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 下次再聊吧, right? Until next time, I am going to get up quickly, walk around, some blood flow, and then I'll be back to finish up our next thing. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're trying to wrap up our construct phase. Yesterday, lots of yapping. Talked about a lot of great things near the end. Also meant that I only managed to do less than half, a little under half of the construct. So today I'm going to try to complete the other half and then move in tomorrow, move into the summary and what I'm going to, where like the Duolingo Chinese things will go. And I kind of made an executive decision. More on that later. So we're going to hop right in, do our constructs quickly. I did actually manage to do one extra unit, right? I anticipated 44. So that leaves Yeah. So we do 9 today. Right, that'll leave the 4 weirdo ones for the next time. Yeah. Where am I gonna stick this? Let's stick this up here. Okay. There are some short ones in here coming up, I think. So I went over these obviously yesterday. I typically do reviews, consistently review and practice when I think of something and I don't remember it. So unit 45 is about this one doesn't have a theme per se. I think it's more decision making or talking about what you do. Oh yeah, it is about decision making. I think the middle of the road is decision making or talking about decisions you make. So I don't know how I'm gonna organize it. I don't want to waste any space. So put it up here. So unit 45. Gotta get into the mood. Gotta go faster than yesterday. Unit 45. So 当然 is one. 当然 This is where we start. 当然 当然 Well, of course, right? Of course, 当然 原意 shoot. Is this the one where no? Yep. Okay. Yeah, that is definitely the one. Let's make it a little bit more. It's so big. Why did I make it so big? Yan Yi. So this Yi. Yan Yi. Yep. So of course, willingly. It's like willing. Willing. Choose. Oh. Shun. Shun. 选择 yeah 选择 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 机会 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 Okay, so 机会 now we have two things that happen, right? This was how I one was Zhuguo. Zhuguo. Guo. Guo. 国家国家搬家 It's about moving 搬家 right 搬家搬家 and then the other one was about weddings 结婚结婚结婚 and 分手分手 combined 变化 change 变化变化 You know, I'm not sure if it's left to right or right to left. I like right to left, but it's left to right. 变化 and then we have like a structure here, like 是 right 是 write this little just got worse, but 是 and the. So we can insert here, right? Different things. 认真的 right? 是认真的 So serious. Or 害怕 I think it's one oh wait no I think it cuts through 害怕是 right and the other way is 帮心 right 帮心 okay so I kind of just went to the left all of a sudden. All right. So 46. Unit 46. Unit 40. Quick. This is environments. Describing environment. And I use the library outside of the library and inside the library as a place. So, um, 图书馆 图书馆外面 outside 外面 天上 in the sky 天上太阳 太阳星星 Ugh. Ugh. That's fine. What else was outside? Grass? Touch grass? 草 kitty cat 小猫 小猫 trash 垃圾 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 and 谁 桶 trash or bin something like that 桶 how do I tone this up? Yes. No. I think it's just one. Or is it two? It looks like one. Right? 垃圾桶 and 丢 to throw out. 丢了 方便 方便 and then there's more. How am I gonna squeeze you in? So so we walk in, right? Oh no, wait. Environment. It's like let you watch. Hoang or Huang Ji. This looks like Ying. Huang Ying. Yeah, Huang Ying. Not 进去去 Okay. 层 and low wood, rice, and characteristic. No, feminine marker. Which does not make any sense. Oops. We have climbing, going up, 上 and 下 with combination with qi and lai. I and qi. Yeah. Now we're talking about anjing, quiet, anjing, quiet, 说话的声音，说话声音也音声音不太大 right 不太大影响 disturb 影响oops don't need that stroke 影响邻居 neighbors 邻居邻 thing. The邻居 and 其他人其他 oops 人 okay, moving right along. Not bad. Focus. I think that's the last unit of section 3. So now we're section 2. So now we're on unit 1 of section 3. In workplace. Right? Workplace. Sort of. People, workplace. 别忘重要重要的哦重要的会议not is it this way? Yeah, I'm not sure. 重要什么有重要问题重要的问题 Wait, that's not it. Yes. Simplified, right? 问题 solve to solve 解决解决解决方法 solution 方法and people oh don't forget and believe 相信 believe. Okay. Dress. 小姐小姐先生同事 Oh, you missed the mark there. 同事 经理 manager 经理 你自己 你自己 so which G is it? Just a vanilla, right? Yes. Okay, 你自己 other things. 很好。离开。离开。下雨。下雨。Suddenly. Right. How do you suddenly? Something 突然 yeah, 突然 dog 突然 突然还有自己最有钱 right 最有钱钱是什么yes also 多嘛呀 right 多嘛多嘛there's is pills plus whatever this is. Actually, yeah. And then mouth. Okay. All right. Unit 2. Unit 2 is kind of like hobbies. Hobberies. Hobberries. I don't think I can smash all of this together. Do I have enough room? I don't think I have enough. I'm gonna run out of room. Disappointing. Disappointing. Oh, unit 2. I think way is... No, wait. Yeah. 为了because and this is the first time we got another secondary 了解了解特别no wait. What was this? This was the temple, right? Yeah, we just got this temple. Yeah. The beer. 感兴趣 with interest. 跟兴趣I'm out of space. Son of a bee sting. Right? Pretty sure that's 很兴趣 so with interest. 好像 is such a weird one. Like that. 像 爬箱 Oh, I said this incorrectly earlier. So the other one was 脚, which was leg. This is no. 脚 was foot. I wrote it correctly, but I get 脚 and 腿 still mixed up. This is 腿. That's simplified. Yeah, no, this is fine. Is this a snail? I think it's a snail. Wait. Measures the leg, not the foot. Wait. Kung Fu, Kung Fu up is shorter. That might not be true. Kung Fu Mahjong Shack with 2 trees. Right. Mahjong. Mahjong is, I don't have a name for this yet. Or a name for this. And this. Wait. It's like Tiao. Right, Tiao. Close to Tiao. Not really. Close enough. Mahjong. Bicycle. 这行车。yeah. 这行车。T. Yeah, T. T has ma in it. T. Okay. Other hobbies. Da. Or not da. Cha. Da is Japanese. Ta. Ta. When. No, Wenhua. I think it's right to left now that I think about it. Wenhua. Li Shi. Or. All of this have or as an option. Or is 或者我我或者 Okay. Fairly short one. Not bad. Where are we at? Nah, we're cruising. We have 5 more to go. We did 4. Okay. Okay. Unit 3. Not sure if I have enough space for you. These are the big ones. Okay. This is traveling. Traveling and phone stuff. Traveling and phone. Dianhua. 电话 what's underneath? 车 car 下载 Duolingo. It's not the Ling. Nope. Wrong one. Duolingo. 应用 which interestingly enough HanziHero introduced this as something slightly different. I like it when Hanzi joins others to take on new meaning. I know Shay means it is related to water. Fruit is 水果, meaning water something. I think tree food. What's my favorite combo? My favorite combo, or a combo that's pretty fun and neat, would be something like let's pick some stuff. Aiguan doesn't help. That's water. That's sea and concern of sea, which there is some history behind this. Aiguan, before customs. This is customs. When you're thinking about shipping things, right? The things that go through customs is shipping stuff, and usually it's by sea, faring by sea. So water, umi, the ocean, right? Hai, ocean, and guan is concerning the sea. So like something that is blocking concerning the sea. So like exports and imports are usually thinking of like ship ports. Jingli does, I don't have a attached meaning. Let's see. 下雨, right? So below, things that are falling or going below, and then yu, which is rain. So when rain goes down, it is raining, to rain. Plenty of these things. 最有钱. So 钱 is money, 有 is have, and most have money, riches. So the most have money is riches. So you're like the richest person if you have the most money. 重要, important, want to do, right? Important, want to do. So you need to do. It's very important. You have to make sure. 重要, super important. Wenhua is kind of weird, I guess. This is literature and writing with flower, which becomes culture. So a lot of times when you think of literature and flower, you think of culture, because like flower arrangements, beauty, flower, And then literature is a form of culture. Flowers and culture. So put together, 文化, they get culture. Plane is very funny. Feiji, the first Hanzi is just a plane rotated 90 degrees. I know, right? And then Ji is machine. Ji is machine. So Feiji, fly machine, plane. Yeah, there are quite a lot. Sports are pretty fun too. Sports are pretty fun. Strike or hit, da, lan, basket, and ball. Da lan qiu, da wan qiu. Strike, net, ball. So that's it's either tennis or volleyball. I think this is volleyball. And then paicho is tennis, which doesn't help very much. And then ping pong show does. It kind of looks like a table tennis when you put them together. It kind of looks like the table. Like if you're looking down a table, it looks like the ping pong table. Yeah. How long have you been learning Mandarin, Beef? Your username though. Okay, I'm gonna continue writing this. 应用 we gotta keep going. 应用 아피리 应用 1 month. You wrote your username yourself. I can imagine that. I'm not sure how many people nowadays know what that means. Is it still in style to say something like that? Sounds like there might be a story behind it. 珠子. I don't think 珠子 has two separate strokes. 珠子. So may I ask, what are your motivations for Chinese? For Mandarin? 珠子. 音 语言 no 语法 no 语法 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 So grammar, sentences, sentence, grammar, translation. 翻译 翻译 not 翻译 翻译 Oh, this one's tight. 翻译 翻译 so translate 回答 answer 回答 It's like gay. Yeah, gay. Whoops. Veda. Dictionary. Zebin. 本词典嗯词典 Whoops, it's a stroke.词典简单 simple 简单菜单or 简单 and 流利这里 You were bored and you wanted to learn Vietnamese, but you couldn't find any online programs? Oh, I can definitely see that. So you decided to learn Mandarin. That the first word Duolingo taught you was cafe. There was a pretty girl online. I messaged her and she ignored you, and you saw she was Chinese in her profile and messaged her cafe. And she latched on to you? Interesting. We've been on 3 dates now and have plans for Valentine's Day. I want to get better for when you meet her parents in a couple years. That is quite the story. I imagine there's like some time in between, huh? That's pretty cute. Cafe, ask her for coffee. Did you end up getting that coffee? Sounds quaint and very wholesome. Does she speak English as well? Chung. Oh, I screwed up. That is not the right. Because Chung is one. Actually, 3. A month. I imagine she could help you with your she could help you with your Chinese. You've already been on 3 dates. Uh, 宗旨 That's a solid move, though. That's a solid power play. You did not. You took her kayaking and spearfishing. Wow, that's quite a impression. Kayaking and spearfishing. When you get there, she reveals she didn't know how to swim. She's fluent in both English and Chinese. Oh, there you go. Very appropriate. She didn't know how to swim. Oh, there, Timmy. Konbawa. Timmy-san. So, did you have an opportunity to teach her how to swim? That seems like a mutual exchange. A skill for a skill. 经典经典 电话卡no 电话卡 AG kind of reminds you of Hikoki. Well, yeah, it's supposed to. G is Hikoki. This is what Hikoki looks like simplified. So key is this. So this is a simplified. And then they remove go, and then Fei is both of these are simplified for those characters. The only thing that's missing is the middle thing. Those are the simplified characters. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I said. You strapped a life jacket on her and took her out anyways. You tied your kayak to hers, so if she fell out, I could swim over and set her back on. Well, that's resourceful. She liked the horseshoe crabs. You caught 3 fish and 3 crabs. We ate that afternoon. That sounds delightful. Sounds like you guys are getting along quite well. Oh, haven't gotten that coffee, huh? That would be a cute little like throwback. Okay, how much room? So we have the card.国内国际Do I have any plans for Valentine's Day? When is Valentine's Day? The 14th? I do not. I do not have any Valentine's Day plans. Maybe hang out. Exchange some stories with other people about Valentine's Day. Koichi. 漫游漫游 I like hearing stories about people's Valentine's Day. That's a great way to pass Valentine's Day. And hearing all the people celebrating their affection for their significant others. Your story is particularly endearing. Thank you for sharing. Do you have any Valentine's Day plans? 有没有？有没有？有没有？银行？银行？换钱？换？ Yes. Cool. 换钱 Standard stuff, dinner, and talking. Interesting. If it isn't too personal, what are your icebreakers? You got any icebreakers? And you have, what are your patented icebreakers? Why is R2 and sometimes Liang? That's a good question. I have no idea. Liang. I kind of do. Liang is generally used in every other situation most of the time, except 2 when you're reading something. When you're reading a number 2, then you can use R, but most of the time it's Liang. So it's for reading a number. The number 2 is R. The anything else is Liang. So like 2 cups would be Liang Bei, as opposed to R Bei. But if you're reading like a serial number like 1 2 3 1 2 3 instead of 1 2 3, those are my only use cases. I don't think I get any more complicated than that in speaking, so I don't know of any other things. Well, yes, that is a animal counter. Yes, 吃 is a animal counter. 两只狗. Yeah, 两只狗. Okay, so where are we? Hmm. 有没有 9 1 Okay, so other stuff that might be here are switching planes. So 转机 right 转机 no, it's like 转机 柜台 Most recently, you made apple hand pies. What's an apple hand pies? Telling the story of how you made something is a good icebreaker. Oh, okay. What's the hand part of the apple pie? Icebreakers are better if you can interact with them. It's a natural way to get a conversation flowing. I can imagine. It certainly would be. So, apple hand pies. Interesting. 两只电脑 There seems to be another counter. Oh, 两代, sorry, 两代. Yeah, that's for machines. Like the Japanese machines. Dai. I wonder how you sound if you used the wrong counter. Probably not that crazy if you use the wrong counter. Probably not. At least from a Chinese thing. But I don't know about Japanese. Japanese, you could get some weird looks. But yeah. Dai is for machine as well. Which is still dai in Japanese. Although, no. I don't think you can mix that up in that situation. Yeah, doll. Dao Yeah, Dao How the heck do you Dao Dao Tour guide. Ding Fang. But nope. Oh yeah, actually that's fine. Right? Yeah, that's fine. Ding Fang. Ding Fang. Tui Fang. To cancel. Tui Fang. A hand pie is a pie that fits in your hand. Oh, okay. Normally pies stay in their container and you slice them to get triangles. With hand pies, you eat the entire pie, but it's small, like 6 inches. I see. You can pick it up and eat it like a hamburger. Oh, so that's what you were referring to. It was a hand pie. I see. Chi. Makes sense? Makes sense. Got you. Qi xiao. Qi xiao. Qi xiao. These are separate, right? Oh, separate things. Jiao Zao Ji. Oh. Actually, I think this one still curves it. Zao Ji. Zao Ji. To worry. Zao. 照顾 like a P. Oh wait, no, it's like, yes. 照顾 间 照顾 梦 死了 忙死了。Out of space. That's not this way. 忙死了，忙死了。咳嗽，咳嗽，咳嗽。Smaller. 咳嗽。蚯蚓。哦。蚯蚓。Person. All right. Got 4 more, I think. 4 more. Unit 4. Go with the pink. Let's see, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, not enough. It goes up to 11, so we'll just have to fit it on a different canvas. Unit 4. Sentence structures are interesting. How will you go is written as you will go how? Yeah, yeah. 你会怎么走？你会怎么走？怎么去？哦，你会怎么去？ Interesting. It's 你会怎么走？ You will how go? Sorry. I keep saying 走 because 走 would be more common. Yeah, you will how go. Yeah. Why is that? I'm actually thinking, I'm trying to think of why would you... Oh no, it's the interrogator gets closer to the verb, which is fine. You will how go. Yeah. Very neat. Yeah. 你会怎么去? I like it. I was illiterate about 200 days ago, so it brings me pleasure to be able to read characters. I'm trying to figure out what is the unifying theme for this one. I think the unifying theme are two themes here. We have school stuff, school phrases, and then guest phrases. Oh yeah, most of this deals with like activities around the school year. Sort of. Start. Oh, around the winter holidays. Yeah, like the holidays in general. Yeah, that's where we're gonna start. The 2 strokes? Yeah, 2 strokes. And then like this. Yes. An, 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 anja, anja. An, ja. Anja, 暑假，暑假，寒假，放假，放假 winter vacation, summer vacation, and taking a vacation. 像 像 wait. 大学 right? Yeah, 大学 University. 为担心 to care about something. So concerning something, 担心 in what do we care about? Grades and major. So 专业专业专业长强强记 yeah 强记 grades 强记记 okay. Review. 复习这 记得 to remember 记得 don't have any examples. A painting 画 can we do 画 finish. So finish is finally 终终于终于结束终于结束 That's not it. Sure. 终于结束做完okay. Now we have a separate thing with guests and rooms. Guests and rooms. Place it up here. Living room. K. 客厅 客厅 灯空调空 air 空调空调厨房厨房 kitchen 厕所 bathroom. Swall. Plan. Swan. Swan. Oh. Is it 2? Kind of feels like 2. No. It's Kai. Or not Kai, but this. Swan. Planned to clean. Docile. Or sweep. Docile. Docile. Jing. Actually got this yesterday. Got this today in traditional. Jing. In HanziHero. People. 客人 yes 客人放松 relax 放松放松放松 and rest 休息休息你呢 has saved you a lot during conversations when you forget how to ask someone something. I say I do or don't do anything and add Nina then. Yeah. Yep. It's a very it's actually pretty acceptable. Also a lot of times when someone's asking you a question or you need to answer a question, a lot of the words that the person said is part of the response. So like 你吃了吗？我吃了。So you switch to pronouns like did you eat yet? Have you eaten? It's like I ate. And then you add a few things, but the key words tend to be in the question already when you're answering like questions often. Like 你去过这个这个家吗 right? Or 这个家饭馆 so have you visited, have you gone to this restaurant yet? Or something like that. 我还没有去过这家饭馆 So you end up changing, you add the I haven't, and then the rest of the sentence stays the same in the response. Oftentimes, the people that speak very elegantly, they tend to phrase questions in a way that the response should be very minimally different. So it's kind of a nice way, in a way, to practice as well. Practice when you're speaking. You find the answer in the person's questions. or the words in the, you know, like the specific words that you need to find in the answers. So then when you're like studying Chinese, you look for other words like modifiers like 没有 haven't, 在 at, 会 will or to, 做 to do, that kind of thing. And then all the other specific words come with can, may come with interacting with someone, which is kind of a neat thing. In Japanese, not so much. At least I don't feel like Japanese is so much that. So that's kind of a maybe somewhat of a feature, possibly Chinese. 洗手间在哪里？我喜欢洗手间，你呢？Okay. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. Where's the bathroom? Where's the bathroom? I like bathroom. And you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Which the answer is still the answer is still using the same words like 洗手间在哪里？洗手间在那儿。Right. 洗手间在那儿. The only thing that changed was the ending. And nar meaning there, as opposed to where. It's there. Nar or zar, here. So the response, almost everything stays the same except the location. The location changes. Pretty cool. I would say it's pretty cool. All right, so we're on unit 5. What time is it? 1 a.m. I think we're on pace. We're on pace. We have 3 more constructs to do today before we call it a day. Unit 5. 5. 5 is like vacation, right? Or traveling vacation. Yes, it's kind of bulging out a little. How do I unbulge this a little? That's okay. Am I Northern Chinese? Your girlfriend is Southern Chinese, so she uses nadi rather than nar. Nadi and nar are 2 different things. So she would use both. Nar or oh wait. Oh no. You're right. In the question format you can use both. No. You can in the question format, yeah, both. I'm not Southern or Northern Chinese. I'm American. My parents would be considered Southern Chinese, although they don't really speak Mandarin that much. Yeah, I'm American, so I hope I didn't give you the impression that I actually know what Chinese people talk about. I'm only talking about the things I've learned. Yeah. Eagles screeching Americano, I suppose. Mm-hmm. アメリカ人です。はい。アメリカ人です。Unit 5. My parents and I speak a dialect of Chinese. Yeah, that would be my most comfortable way of saying it. My parents and I speak a dialect of Chinese. And most dialects in Chinese are unintelligible to each other most of the time. Like 洗手间在哪儿在哪里起诉oh actually 洗手 right here 厕所 is probably closer to 洗手 so 洗手 got dinner 洗手 got dinner 我也喜欢我压力洗手女的 is what you said with 我喜欢洗手间你呢cafe is still cafe right? Coffee but my parents adopted the English word coffee, so it would be like 你有没有人写 coffee 么喝 I don't even know what 喝 is, like to drink 喝no idea. I should really ask my parents how to say drink as opposed to eat. I'm like, do you take coffee or do you eat coffee as opposed to do you drink coffee? I don't actually know how to say drink at the moment. Mei Guo would be Mandarin. Mi Guo. Mei Guo. Mi Guo. I'm thinking, trying to like find some commonalities. I don't know what an eagle is in both in both. A bird, 鸟 is probably the closest. 鸟 jiao yang would be 牛子 is probably the closest to jiao yang. I'm curious if your girlfriend speaks a dialect. A lot of times there's a regional dialect associated with their location. That's often a giveaway as well if there's a dialect associated with their region. To drink and an is very hard to hear. And he. One is he, which is to drink, and he is to is and. So he. 我喝咖啡。我喝咖啡和水。我喝咖啡。Oh wait, that's not how you spell cafe. Did they use K's? Cafe 和水。我喝咖啡和水。She probably does have a regional dialect, but I'm not informed enough to be able to spot what it is. Oh, I see. It would be cool to hear what her dialect is. Dialects are not really taught outside of China, so it's kind of neat. When you said eagle screeching Americana, is that from a foreigner perspective, or is that high five K-Kona, yeah brother kind of thing? Are we mutual Americans, or are we having a foreign interaction here? It is kind of late if it's overseas, so I imagine eagle screeching Americana means central time or Pacific time for you? Possibly. Familiarity type of thing. You're also American, I see. West Coast? Typically, I find individuals who interact with Asians, right, with other Asians, West Coast. It is 1 a.m. by you. Oh, you're East Coast. Floridian? Or Northeast? Nah, I'm kidding. I don't want to, sorry, too personal. You Floridian? Okay. That was my first, it's either Floridian or you're from the tri-state area. Oh, Floridian. Makes sense because of the kayaking. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Although kayaking happens in the Northeast as well. Lots of rivers to kayak. Appalachian Mountain and all. But Floridian is the most common subset of this time zone. So for every one Floridian, for every one like someone else, there are like 3 or 4 Floridians in the East Coast. In the middle, in the central time period, is usually Texans. A lot of Texans. And then in the West Coast, Californians. I did a gecko that someone yesterday I met was Oregon. They came from Oregon, which is pretty cool. They're married to a Chinese woman. It was a very cute story. And then that's about it. So Californians, Texans, and Floridians. Unless on the occasion you're a tri-state area person. So New York, New Jersey, and like Maryland, Pennsylvania. That's not the actual tri-state, but that area. So around New York and New Jersey. Largely because of Asian population distribution. Not that they don't exist everywhere else, but the odds are fairly linked to those places. In fact, by coincidence, 4 of the states that I've ever been in my life visiting was Florida, California, Maryland, and New York. So of all the states that I would have visited, it's not a coincidence that those are the states that I have visited in the United States. How hard is it to catch the difference between ta and ta? They are identical. So if you're talking about like ta in isolation, you would not be able to discern them unless you written it and or heard it in context. Yeah. And ta, there's 3 tas. There's also this ta. It's one of the common stereotypes. So one of the stereotypes in English, well, sorry, that's too zoomed in. One of the stereotypes for Chinese, like my parents, have the same problem. Pronouns. Pronouns are all the same. Or pronouns are the same for it, she, and he. They're all ta. So when my parents learned English, they stuck to one thing. They either said he, and then just say he the entire time, or when they say she, they say she the whole time, regardless of who they're referring to, because in Chinese they're all the same. So sometimes my parents, sometimes most of the time my parents pick she, because she, if you only hear the second part, it sounds like he. So you're just like she, and that's it. She. So it's a combination of he and she. So they just choose she because he is in she. So a lot of times you would hear like, oh, she's almost here, and they would be referring to me, right? As in he is almost here, that kind of thing. And then when they're referring to like the TV and stuff, it could be she. It's instead of it. There's no it in their lexicon. They don't use it in their lexicon. And you get used to it. Or I get used to it because I already know that that's how the pronouns work. Yeah. So occasionally, which is funny because remember that in English we do engenderify things. Like cars are often she's. And then when you think of, if you learn Spanish, right? If you're a Spanish person, you engenderify things. So it kind of works regardless. So you kind of get used to it. The state of Virginia has the best names for roads and cities. Interesting. There's Woodbridge, intersects Manassas. Sounds like wood intersecting. Yeah, that's right. In Pennsylvania, there's a place called Intercourse. So yeah, I've been a kid once. I was a kid once. We looked up strange names. The intercourse is very, very close to other places in which you can create innuendos, but in Pennsylvania there's a place called Intercourse. So yeah, I understand. Checks out. There's a place called Yeehaw Junction. Now that is great. That is pretty great. In Florida, Yeehaw Junction. I love it. Ships are also she, yeah, and then countries, yep. Exactly. That's probably the ta thing. Yeah, ta. Can't know. Let's see. Where are we? Unit 5. What is Unit 5 again? Unit 5 is traveling. Just traveling in general. So I just suddenly write very small. Okay, yes, I did. Okay. Anpai to plan or plan something. Well, actually, what's the difference between anpai and da swan? Now that I think about it, I didn't even think about that. There's probably a use. Anpai is more like prepare. Anpai. Anpai. Chanja. For the record, Beef, I am not an authority on Chinese at all, so I'm very much a learning person. So let's just talk about whatever I learned. So it's largely commentary. It helps for reviewing stuff. Seeing this writing reminds you of... Yeah, I don't know what that is. What is that? Hanzai. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. Probably 20 times more than you do. You can absolutely learn from someone who is also learning. Absolutely. Yes. My disclaimer is that definitely this isn't a situation in which someone knows more than someone else. Imagine that situationally you would have other things that I wouldn't understand, largely because you interacted with someone as well. Yeah, their lessons are fresher in their minds for sure. For the language learning thing, I actually prefer talking to other language learners personally. Japanese word meaning criminal. Oh, Hanzai. 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 I keep trying to say it without a tone, but don't mind me. Interesting. Okay. Guan Guan. Did you already explain how you're gonna go about learning Chinese? I'm not sure if I caught that, Steve. What are your plans on collecting some Chinese experience? Are you here to surprise your lady friend? Guan Guan. Guan Guan. 时差 jet lag 时差 jet lag visit 接 to pick up 接是吗？接 You're learning through Duolingo. She knows you're learning, but I think it's more enjoyable for her if she isn't your teacher. Slowly seeing our communication develop is entertaining. I love that idea. Yeah. Yeah. Like for the teaching aspect, right? Like not like having learning elsewhere and then practicing with her, right? Learning elsewhere and then using what you learn to practice with her to create that consistency. Yeah, I often like to think of learning and practicing as can be compartmentalized things. Practicing is very rewarding in general, especially with someone who you're trying to interact with. And yeah, making the interaction about learning can destabilize the situational relationship you have with someone. Yeah, learning together is also an alternative as well. I think when it comes to language like that, language exchange is often more of a consistent habit formation if there was a mutual language exchange. But in this case, it sounds like you already mentioned she's fluent in English and Chinese, so the opportunity for language exchange would not come about naturally. It's like, I didn't know you could say that type of conversation. I know, that's fantastic. I can totally see. I hope like her eyes glow up and whatnot whenever you go about it. Like, let's meet up again. What are you gonna say? That kind of. That's really nice. That's a very cute thing. I hope you continue to keep it up and be something very. Guys can always choose to learn a language together. Like what I mean is like another language in the future as well. You know, if your language learning journey takes you more interesting like to other interesting places. That's really cute. I like that. I think you're the first one who mentioned trying to get to know someone through the process of sharing what you learned in language learning. The people that are around me, I haven't asked them if they met each other through like with the active language learning. The people that are around, they either have someone who has inspired them or motivated them to do language learning, and those are fairly cute too. Like the one that I met yesterday, they're a pair of statisticians, and the wife is Chinese, and the guy is learning Chinese in order to better interact with his wife. And he's Filipino American, so he also has exposure to other languages. I think it's really cute. And they're both like well-educated statisticians, so like they have other things going on. It's very cute. Hopefully you're going for cute. I use that word quite a lot. My bad. Endearing. Endearing. I don't have a particular reason, I suppose. My parents and I communicate through the dialect, sure enough. However, it is kind of fun to break out Mandarin whenever I can't find the word for something. Use cute one. Alright. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. As long as I got your approval. 借 or 接 pick up. So when we pick up, we need a driver, right? A driver. 司机 司机 Okay. Pick up. What are we doing at the pickup? Someone's picking up, so we're gonna go and grab a taxi. 打车 Alright. So this part can get a little messy. Reminded you of sushi? Yeah. Indeed. Right? Indeed. Whoops. This is... Whoa. Oh. 互动 滑动 互动 互动 I think. This might be incorrect to read. This is 互动 activities. 互动 activities. You can still tease her because there are some words that are specific to English or that she didn't learn. I see. We were planning a dinner date. There was a category to select what kind of dining experience it was. One of the categories was anniversary. I see. You told her it meant 2 people who are married for 1 year. I told her we should select that category some other time. She thought that that's cute. We should select that category other time. My thought was like a bold move would be like, hey, we'll come back in a year and select that category. Wink wink, hint hint, nudge nudge, right? This is really cute. Select that category some other time. Nice. There's a place where you select anniversary for a dinner play. Oh, yeah, like, oh, I see. Exactly the implication. Yeah, smooth. Very, very smooth, Beef. Very, very smooth. 方方言方言方言 That's scenery 方言免费 free 免费 This one kind of looks weird. It's too big. Try again. Ugh. Mian free. What's free? 海关 no 海边海边 riverside seaside 表演 performance yeah 演表演oh no 表演 yeah 表演表演 performance museum 博物馆博物 博物馆 so museum museum what else can we do oh type of museum okay. 美术呢美术 art museum and uh 历史 history museum I like traffic stuff oh dang there's the color is the same on the other side I don't want to blend colors no mixing colors拿去拿 bring out 拿 pretty sure. 拿去拿去拿去地图 map 地图拿去地图马路 road 马路 road 马路街街街道 street 街道红绿灯 traffic light. And when you're crossing, right? Crossing 过 oops 过马路 crossing street 过马路 be careful. 小心 all right. Oh boy. Can we wedge something in there? Okay. I think we can wedge something in. We have 2 more constructs to do before the day is over. Kind of tired. Let's see. Unit 6. You just now noticed that the Duolingo bird is in the background? Oh, yeah. Indeed. Indeed. He's always watching. You be careful now. Duo is always watching. Be careful. Always watching you. Okay. Unit 6. What's unit? Dunglu. Oh, okay. This is a correspondence. Correspondence. Do you know how many sections there are in section 2? It's 30. There are 42, 43, 44, 46. There are 46 sections. Yeah, there are 46 units. There are 46 units in section 2. And then there are 11 sections. 11 units in section 3. I keep getting the 2. So there are 42. 42 units in section 2. To give you an idea, it took me 100 days to get to for me. I did about like an hour or two. It takes me 3 days to get through a unit for the schedule that I have. So the first 100 days I stopped at unit 27, section 2 unit 27, and this is the second 100 days, so it goes from 28 to the end. Is what I'm trying to review right now. Unit 6, so Donglu. It kind of sounds like no Donglu doesn't. I think it would be pretty funny to try, like when you're talking to someone, try to deliberately set them up for your vocabulary in Duolingo. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Like, for me, I would be thinking like the moment I learn a new vocabulary, I'd be like, how can I put myself in a situation to use this vocabulary? Because now, like, you know, if I were like, I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, I would be encouraged to find very creative ways to like, hey, guess what I can say? I don't have any language learners around me. Like, what I mean is, I don't have any personal relations with anyone. So most of my interactions with language learners, the excitement and stuff, comes from interacting with people while streaming. So I have only been I started language learning approximately a year ago. It's almost been a year, and the way I know is because I started with Duolingo, and it's almost 365 days. Said the counter is almost 365 days since I started, so it's almost been a year now. And my plan has often be like, in my streaming, I come up with a lot of stories with language learning. And then whenever I meet a stranger like yourself, I try to pocket as many types of stories as possible. I ask people to share me their stories, so then I can have a higher propensity of sharing. And when you share, it makes the language learning process a lot more memorable. Like, you remember vocabulary and stuff when you're sharing, talking, and discussing things neither party might know and whatnot. Your current unit is planning a trip to Beijing. Maybe I can roleplay for this unit? Yeah, exactly. I have yet to target someone deliberately. Actually, okay, I lied. So my father, right, as full disclosure, my father suggested that I talk to someone. My parents do this quite a lot. Attempt to talk to someone, and this person happens to be someone who prefers to. Unfortunately, they're like we're like strangers to each other, but I use the Chinese that I've learned to write, because texting requires that I be able to do this, right? So I'm not using speech. However, sometimes I use text to speech. So like, oh, I don't know the character. Right? I don't know the character to type. I would hit the text to speech button on my phone, and I would just say the word and see if it comes up with the character that I need. So oftentimes I do both of these. I do a combination of these in order to practice as many ways of interacting with Chinese. So lots of times, I don't know if people know, but sometimes my typos in my like Discord and stuff is because I used a text to speech to enter the thing, as opposed to my typing thing. Because I think sometimes I go back and forth. So sometimes I type, sometimes I write, and then sometimes I speak. Planning a trip to Detroit. Select the Hanzi for bulletproof vests. Oh no. Oh no. I really do hope that Detroit is on the men's. Yeah, Detroit is a tough, unfortunate place. It's very culturally important, like historically important in American history. But yes, Detroit most definitely have seen better days. Right. I looked to the left like I was going to read about Detroit or something. Like, did you know? No, I don't have any Detroit facts. Other than it used to be one of the fastest growing cities because of the automotive industry. And then the automotive industry disaster happened. Like the outsourcing and stuff. But before then, Detroit was that gilded super city for automotives. That's about the only thing that's as much as I know about Detroit. So I'm not from Detroit, nor am I familiar with it, other than car enthusiasts, about the historical significance of Detroit in the automotive hobby enthusiasts. Okay, Donglu. So Donglu. Here's a fun one, Beef. Here's a fun one you learn later. This word actually, let me move this over a little. This next word is pretty funny. So it's for password. The word for password. Oops. Oh no. I didn't mean to do this. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. What has happened? I lost the... Wait, I lost the top. Alright, well, that kind of sucks. It's, Mima. How? What? Someone save me. Okay, this docker is screwed up. How do I undock you? This is what happens when you switch between a pen mode. Where are my dockers? Okay. Hold. Oh my gosh, it's actually broken. The heck? Oh, okay, I got it. It's fine. It's all good. We're fine. Ah! Oh. Okay. Crises averted. Alright. Good enough. So... that was overly dramatic, my bad. So, the word for password is Mima. And if there's any K-Kona thing, it kind of made me chuckle. Because it reminds me of what Sheldon refers to his mother. Or was it his grandmother? I think it's his mother. It's the pet name. Okay, anyways. I don't refer to anyone as Mima, but I think it's pretty funny. Not here to convince you. But it does sound funny. A little bit. How does... Yes, right? And then mountain. Me ma. Me ma. Ma. Ma is mom. Mema is grandma and a little southern twang. Oh, mema. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting enough, I call my parents ba, which is you're probably gonna encounter this, but ba or baba, by ma, by mommy. Yeah, so mommy and baba, which is pretty much baba and mama, which is the Mandarin. That would be the Mandarin version, right? Mama, baba, baba, mama, and baba, right? Mommy. Mayba. I actually have no idea what beef would call their grandfather. I actually don't know what ikung, that's like just off. That's like off the rails now. You're in section section 1 unit 9. Ooh, you guys are very close to each other. Because section 1 has 10 units, right? Is that Epa? Oh, what is it? Pipa? I actually don't know how the E works here. I've been too conditioned for Pepe. Pipa. Okay, Pipa. Okay. I think some cute ones that I've acquired or learned from my friends, my American friends, or more multi-generation Americans is Nana. I like Nana and Pop Pop. Nana and Pop Pop. For Pop Pop, I think is referring to grandfather, and Nana and Pop Pop. Can I ruin your day? Sure. Wait. I haven't ever heard such a confident sure before. It was so instant. Like, hey, can I ruin your day? Sure. Immediately. Wait. Wait, and then emails. So we have emails. 电子 which is electronics. 电子邮件邮 电子 too big. We need it smaller. 电子邮件 No, section 3 is a wrap up. Section 3 goes back down to 11. You're fine. You got 11 units in section 3. They ran out of steam. maybe they'll update. There were 2 or 3 updates. I think there were 2 or 3 updates last year in 2024. Maybe they'll add something to it. Yeah. No triple digits. No triple digits. You're fine. Although the last 4 units are really interesting. How many sections are there in total? 10 plus 11, 21 plus 46. So 67. 67 units. And then you have like the last thing, which is a daily refresh, which does not count. Let's see. 邮件. Text message. It's Duan short. Duan. Duan what? Duan Xing. Text message. Oh, here's an interesting one. Beef. Duan is short. Duan short, and then Xing is message, like say or speak. So what's a short message? A text. Yeah, a text. Okay. All right, that's all. That's all, folks. Xing Hao. Hey, where are we going with this? Are we going down? I guess we're going down. Email. So we have emails. Yeah. Okay. It does sound like song lyrics. Mian shi for meeting. Mian shi and I hui. We have meetings. This is the promotion thing, right? Yeah. So meetings at work. What is it about? It is about your performance review. That's what it's about. We need more room. 这段 Yeah, 这段 这段时间 Right. So this time 这段时间祝你跟祝or 欢迎 concern Wanyi. CERN. Yeah. Pixels. Pixels are tough. It's also pretty tough when I'm reading chat. It's no. I usually, when I see traditional, I read it and then process it. That's about it. So, 老板. Uh, 老板. Lao Ban和同学 no 同事 what am I saying here 同事agree, satisfy, satisfaction, and annoyance. So 满意 满意 Your background is English with some Spanish. Sometimes when I translate English to Chinese, I'll accidentally throw in a Spanish word. And hey, I'm gonna start revisiting my Spanish in the beginning of March. So, it'll be fun to talk about Spanish sometime. You know. Hablo un poco español. I'm more generally oriented towards the Orient in general, so it makes sense you gravitate towards traditional to some degree. That's kind of an interesting sentence you just written there. That's fair. My Spanish is my first learned language. Technically, it's been abused, neglected, and left in the closet. So Spanish has been, we're revisiting. We're going from the most unfamiliar to the most familiar, which is Spanish. At some point, we're starting again. 麻将 Oh, 麻烦 Wait a minute. Was there always a dot here? Did Mahjong have a dot? Did I write a dot on Mahjong? I'm not sure. Oh well, that's fine. Fun. Fun. Like my comment about why you're more generally oriented towards the Orient has very. It's funny that you're saying simplified and traditional have different oriented degrees. in order to differentiate between your preferences for traditional versus Chinese, traditional versus traditional versus simplified. They're both oriented. So that comment does not, it has a leap of logic somewhere. That somehow traditional and simplified are different degrees of orientation or orient. Yeah, but they're still orient. Oriental markets are common in America, but Asian countries don't really have Occidental Occidental supermarkets. Their foreign markets are usually country-based. Interesting. It's more mainland versus everything else. Yeah, but then you're qualifying that somehow the simplification used by an oriented country is less oriented than other countries. Like when you're saying it's a degree of orientation, that's I think there's a for me there's something else that makes more sense, but I'll leave it as rhetoric because I don't, that's a very peculiar way of saying things. You're using orient in different ways. You're more generally oriented towards the Orient in general. The Orient includes China. It doesn't actually make sense to me, like I'm sharing my point of view, it doesn't make sense to me that the Orient does not include all of the Orient. So somehow traditional is more... I know what you mean now, though, now that I think about it, because you're talking about Pacific Islander versus mainland. So you consider the Orient as the Pacific Islands, but not also the rest of Orient. So I get that now. It makes sense. In that way. Sort of. It's like a kind of a weird favoritism. You include mainland as well. So then how does one sense that you gravitate towards traditional to some degree? But it makes sense somehow when you include all the Orients, but you exclude one of the biggest body of the Orients to gravitate towards a traditional degree. It's fine. I'm okay with this. I think I'm gonna focus on trying to complete this beforehand. We'll talk about it another time. I think this is where I know it's the whole region. I know it's the whole region. So you disproportionately discount a larger region and a larger number of people for diversity, which that's fair. I mean, you could say it that way. There are more diverse people using traditional, and therefore they represent a larger body of the Orient. And then that's why it explains that you, but China is very big. Like, hear me out. I'll give an orientation for English, for lack of a better word. I gravitate more towards British English because they represent English more. And my only thought is, I'm saying this because I'm American. So the question is, does American count as a vote of one versus all of the British colonies or former British colonies? I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny. I'm not saying I don't understand you. I do understand you. I just thought that the way it was spoken was it made me smile due to the English, like how the English works. Thank you for entertaining me. Like I know sometimes it get, like you know, like English speaking countries, right? Which one is the representative English speaking country? You have the United States for American English. Does that count as one? And then you have British English, which is everything else. So then are you more inclined to speak British English because British English there are more, you know? And then India is a big one, but you know, blimey, Australia is a real English, you trash can pass. And then India, right? India is British English. So when you combine all of them, do American English get one vote? So do we not include the internet as well? I'm sorry. I hope you find this humorous. I'm not like, this is not a form of embarrassment. I think it's just I haven't thought of it that way. Like do you count the United States as 51 votes, or like how do you break this up? I see your point. 1 vote per person sounds fair to you. That's kind of tough too, right? Yeah, that's kind of tough too. 1 person per vote. Indian. You know what's funny? We're doing the are you Timmy, I know Beef knows what I'm referring to, but Timmy, are you familiar with how the electoral college works in the United States? Like how votes are counted, where they try to have the number of votes be proportional to like the representation or the population. Like that's my thought right now, and I'm like, oh boy. I'm like, oh boy, that's the problem all of it. I'm obviously joking. I understand what you mean though. I'm learning traditional, by the way, right now in HanziHero. I'm not sure if you ever caught my other things, but HanziHero, I am learning to read traditional because I don't write in HanziHero. HanziHero is kind of like WaniKani. They use SRS, and it doesn't give me the opportunity to write very often. So I'm gonna write traditional elsewhere. I mean, I'm gonna write simplified elsewhere, but I'm also reading and typing traditional right now. And we're about like 120 characters in right now, and we've encountered a couple already. It's so bad. The electoral college is so dumb. 100 million people and only 538 count. It's kind of tough. We won't talk about this, but maybe that'll be a topic if I become a little bit more educated in it. I'm not educated enough on how they did the math on a representation, but it is really funny to think about though. It is humorous to think about it from the vote of confidence from a language. Because think about it this way. Here's my abuse, right? If the scale down defaults to 1, you hear me? You hear me out here. If it defaults down to 1, right? If you only need 1 person to speak a language from a country, then depending on how far we scale down, as long as there are more countries, individual countries speaking a particular variant, they would outscale and have a bottom limit against a country that is unified under one group. So like India would probably get shortchanged in terms of British English. However, there are lots of people outside of the United States that speak British English. Now, the question is, so what does the internet count? Like, do we count all the streamers? So do we count all the American English speakers who are in different countries who also speak British English, but because of the internet, they speak American English. I'm sorry. I think I'm getting a lot of energy from this. Thank you guys. Hi Maku, just saying hi and sending a quick word of encouragement for your CN contract. Thanks. First thing I hear in the morning is you talking about the working of the Electoral College, so I see you're still going strong. Hello there, Gecko. Good luck with your day, by the way. Yeah, can't stay. Good luck with your work. I hope you slept well. I'll talk to you later, Gecko. It looks like Gecko has gotten up for his work. You find yourself borrowing British English, funnily enough, to some extent. I do too. I quite like, after I watch a British show, right? After I watch a British show, I momentarily, for the next like hour or two, I would acquire, I would reflect the British English. You know, quite. Quite. Yes. Draw. You use pudding, but that's about it. Pudding? Yeah. Cross? Yeah, don't be cross with me. Timmy. Well, what was a splendid. Oh, that is absolutely exquisite, right? What an elegant and exquisite piece of artwork. You know? You gotta be a little bit fancier, you know? Fancier. Gee willikers, brilliant! I tell you, that's absolutely brilliant. Yes. Sorry, we're having a little too much fun now. Let's refocus. Gee willikers, Batman. I say boy howdy, so that's more my thing. Like I'm on the boy howdy club, so boy howdy instead of gee willikers, but boy howdy. British people love the word brilliant. I don't know if you guys ever see this. I'm gonna shout out someone. It would be very embarrassing. I feel like these are a couple. I'll name drop someone. Have you guys watched a channel called Lost in the Pond? I think what the things we're talking about, most of the things I gather is from Lost in the Pond guy, Lawrence. I find his demeanor absolutely charming. I love this guy. I love this guy. This guy is amazing. He's a he's a British person who has now lived in the United States and have been nationalized. Maybe like 20 years. I think he's going on soon to 20 years. So I love when he talks about these random things. Sometimes you use, oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Let's refocus. I would love to make have a break time to talk about English sometimes, which is not nice. Yeah, it's kind of vulgar. Yeah, it gets the point across. I call people juvenile sometimes, or like shenanigans. I use shenanigans as well. I'm not sure if British people have ever used shenanigans. It feels like they would. Pish posh. I don't know pish posh. I'm not sure which one that belongs to. Pish posh. I almost feel that's British. Pish posh. Tomfoolery. Oh, I love tomfoolery. Absolutely. Tomfoolery is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, poppycock. Yes, poppycock. Yes. Set the cat among the pigeons. Wow, you guys really are into this, huh? In before someone from the UK. There are a couple people that I know from the UK who are also studying either Japanese or Chinese. In before they pop in and say, listen, we don't all sound like a BBC TV show, okay? And I'm like, but that's why I love you guys. I'm sorry. I know, like let's be a little serious. Let's be a little serious here. I understand that there are some people who might be offended by stereotypes, and I totally get it. However, I absolutely love culture in different lenses. So, if there's anything that I'm not trying to be condescending about, is that I absolutely love that there are different variances of like presentation and whatnot. And for me, embracing the stereotype and then using that as a bridge to explain other things and the nuances, it's kind of my jam. So I will apologize to like British people in advance if they find it like for me, yeah, boy howdy is a thing. I am a boy howdy. I say taters all the time. So they're not potatoes or potatoes or tomatoes or tomatoes. They're taters and maters. I'm kidding. No one says maters. Maters, matoes. I do say taters though. You've offended me. Say you're sorry now. Give me your show you're sincere. Listen here, Chief. Listen here, Chief. That sounds like some serious tomfoolery. I'm what is it? I gleam some serious tomfoolery here. Are you hoodwinking me? Hoodwink. Is hoodwink American? I'm not sure if hoodwink is American. I'm gobsmacked. Oh my goodness. Oh gracious me. Oh gracious me. Holy gobsmacked. That's really good. I could do this all day, but let's keep it tame. Things are getting a little unhinged. All right. Okay. So 麻烦不同意. Thank you for entertaining. Offering a lot of entertaining inspiration. Gobsmacked. I haven't heard that in so long. Okay. 决定 promotion 决定升职 Yeah, so you're getting some sleep? Good night, Beef. It was nice to meet you, by the way. はじめまして。很高興認識你 Beef. 很高興認識你。Yeah, thanks for the chat. Thanks for the chat. It was nice to meet you. Hopefully, come back with some stories. I love your cute stories. Oh, hopefully your girlfriend or like the person you're dating, don't mind, right? Don't mind this stuff. I think your relationship is very, very, adorable, which I hope to hear more in the future of your successes and exploits with, Chinese. Good luck, good luck. Okay, one last construct. What time is it? 2:20. Yeah, 下次再聊吧. Right? Let's see. I think we're done with this one. Yes. Okay. Okay. We're good, right? I can do one more, and then we're good. I'm feeling it. I'm so hyped now. Thank you, Jimmy. I think one of these days we do have to do some English shenanigans. Honestly, I kind of just want to learn British English now. Like what I mean is, kind of just want to go on a derail for like 16 hours looking at the differences between American and British English just to revisit a lot of this stuff. So this stuff is great. Another time, another time. One last construct. Okay. What are we on? Unit 7? No, yeah, Unit 7. We're counting up. Unit 7. Sorry, had to blow my nose. Unit 7 is the last of the normal units. Oh, this is festivals. Oh, this one's gonna be a long one. So we have like lots of stuff. Actually, I organize this. Okay, 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 okay. I'm treating this like Tetris at this point. I imagine what my writing is, and I'm imagining how big the space is of the construct. And then I'm like trying to fit it in here. And not all of this is gonna fit, unfortunately. It's like Tetris at this point. Unit 7. So it starts with festivals, right? Different festivals. Which we just missed the 新年, right? 新年. Oh, I might have made a mistake on the one. I think this might actually be a mistake. I don't think Han has... I'll check that later. I don't think Han has that extra dot. I think I was thinking about this character. Yeah, Gong. Yeah, I was thinking of Gong. Gong Xi. Right, 恭喜发财. Right, 恭喜发财. Chun Jie. Chun Jie mid autumn or Dragon Festival. 端端午节. 端 It's a left radical. And this one had like mountains. mountains, and this, I think. Yes. 端午节. I think I'm missing a stroke. So there's like a leaf. This is a leaf, right? 端午. Ooh. Oh, son of a dingus. Ooh, yeah. And then Mid-Autumn Festival. So we have 秋 Mid 中秋节. So center, right, middle. 秋 autumn. 秋 yeah. And something party. 例会, 议会. Oh, 议会. Yes. Or maybe? Pretty sure this is you, right? 议会. Okay. So we have画过 yeah 画过画是什么 yes 画过 we're rowing and we're rowing and 船 boat 船 every time I think of boats what is that segment? I forgot which TV show it's. Oh, it's How I Met Your Mother. Boats. Sorry, this is like a bad like a bad pun off commercials, but it's like a bad infomercial about boats. But every time I think of boats, I think about that commercial skit. That skit in How I Met Your Mother. On. 龙船 龙舟 not 龙船 龙舟 龙舟 it is the same character though 龙舟 also let's not forget the moon here. 月亮 or 月亮 right? 月亮 okay. Oh, I forgot to tell Beef that the HanziHero developers are from Florida. That was the thing I was gonna share. Like, hey, by a coincidence, the two brothers that make HanziHero for like learning and stuff, they're from Florida. 和国 和 俄国金珠珍珠奶茶珍珠 How do you chew this up? 珠珍珠奶茶奶茶 The same nai. I don't think it has a stroke, right? No. Nai. Oh, we're so close. Second win. Nai ta. And swan la tongue. I miss hot sour soup. So maybe I should ask my father to prepare some hot sour soup. Swan la tongue. Swan. I don't actually know how he makes the hot sour soups. Swan. This should be a little bit tighter. It's like that. One la is this la. Yes. Tongue is oh no wait. That's not it. It's water. We spray. Gotta spray it up. Okay, so we did eating. Oh no, now we do eating. Lots and lots of eating. Actually, there's a little bit more, right? Also, hongbao. Yeah, hongbao. Forgot about the hongbao. Na lai. Na lai, hongbao. That's awful. Let's try again. That's okay. Then we have the big category. Sure. Right, sure. Sure. Okay, time to list them off. How much space do we have? We have plenty of space. Okay, start with start down here. Guan Bao Ji Ding, right? Guan Bao Ji Ding. Oh yeah, not Guan Gong Bao Ji Ding. Gong Bao Ji Ding. Wait. Ay, ay, ay. Which order was it? I'm not feeling it right now. Fine. Beijing. Right. Beijing. 北京烤鸭。北京烤鸭。this cow. Whoop, wait. Yes. 烤鸭。Like that? I don't think it has dots. It doesn't have dots, right? Oh, and then I'll throw in the bird. Because it's a duck. Oh, yeah. It's also 半只 Okay. Lu? Yeah. Lu roll. Lu roll. I'm so hungry right now. Lu roll fun. Lu roll fun. Fun. Lu roll fun. Zongzi. Add zongzi like Yeah, I know. You don't eat zongzi during the lots of people don't eat zongzi during the spring festival, but I do. At least that's what my father decided to do. And it was delicious. Delicious. Oops. It's not. Wait. It's small, right? It's this way. 粽子. Mantao. Or Mantao. No, Mantao. Oh, wrong radical. That's right. Manto. I think it's manto. Manto. I'm not quite sure about the tone on the first one. Manto sounds good enough. That's a guess though. 春卷 spring rolls 春卷 How do I do ship thing? It's like beep 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 beep. Yeah, 春卷. And 月饼 mooncake 月饼. You know, we didn't consume any mooncake this time. 月饼. Oh wait, there is mooncake. 月饼. Wait. Yeah. And Daojiang. Daojiang works. Oh no. Not Dao. Do oh no. Do Hua. Do Hua. Do Hua. Right. There's one. Do Hua. I keep saying Dao because of Japanese. Do Hua. Do Hua. I think that's it. I think we're good. Not bad. There is... Wait. Let me think about this. I have 4 constructs left, right? It is possible. It is possible to squeeze this in. I could probably shrink something. I think it's really close. It's actually really, really close. Oh man, I was so like... I have so much spacing. You can definitely tell that day 1, I was spaced out. I was really spaced out in day 1. And in day 2, I got even like tighter. And in day 3, I was very tight. Interesting. Alright. So yeah, that's it for today. So tomorrow, I have 4 of... I got a review tomorrow. The last 4 are really, really weird. It's the weird, eccentric things. So we have a unit on internet-related things. Internet-related things. Business documents. No, business in general. No, business documents. Business-related transactions. And... what the heck was the last thing? It's still business related. So there was something like chatting with coworkers or colleagues and whatnot. Dealing with business and then handling business topics, and then the internet stuff. And it's things that I haven't heard at all. No point of reference. I feel like we should liberate some space here somehow. Think we can scrunch... Oh no, that's so difficult. We'll see. There you have it, folks. That was supposed to be what I was supposed to do yesterday, right? I was supposed to do this yesterday. And had too much fun. Today, I took it like half, right? I left some time. I didn't want to push too hard, so I left with a lot of time to have fun, talk about conversations. So we had a fun conversation during WaniKani, and just recently had a really fun conversation here. So it leaves a lot of fun time to energize. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna try to wrap this up. Talk about Chinese or Mandarin, how Mandarin is interacting with everything I'm currently doing, and then where like Duolingo Chinese is gonna fall. I've made an executive decision on how that's gonna go moving forward. And yeah, I'll see everyone tomorrow, or the next time you watch if you're curious. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. I always appreciate the drop by, you know, stories here and there. It's incredibly endearing at hearing stories of learning language and bringing people together through language learning. Absolutely priceless. So until next time, 下次再聊吧, right? We can talk next time. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and good with everything. Bye bye.